with a million smiles, catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light in the darkest times? You make it bright, Life's dreams, we're all by your side, Come on, do what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, Shelly, Shelly, you're our light street star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Taking melody, then get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From Bulls to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight, living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Life stream queen with a million smiles, and she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Life stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a life stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. It's January 8th, 2024. Oh, my goodness. It's 8:06. I would have been here 3 minutes ago saying this. However, it's Monday, and I played the intro, but I forgot to hit go live, so I wasn't going anywhere. So welcome to my Monday. I already started off on the wrong foot. Whatever. We start over. Everything's allowed around here. You have reached me. I am talking trash and truth, known as Shelly. I'm your mouthy mama. Obviously, I screwed up my intro. So let's just start over. Hi, I'm Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truth, and this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. That part I got right. All right, so see, don't get discouraged. If you screw up, you just start over. It's just going to be that kind of day. I'm a little out of practice. I've been doing a couple live streams with Winning, just reading stuff out, but I haven't been up to doing the shows. COVID came for Christmas and stayed, and I'm still sick. And we're already more than 2 weeks into it. So that's where I'm at. But I think I'm feeling better. I'm peppier. Let's say good morning. Well, not good morning, but good day. Good day to everybody. Let's see. We got Daisy. Hi, Daisy. Always there. Always. I love it. She said good morning and have a wonderful day to you too, Daisy. I love that you're always here. Jude, I'd rather forget the evil bastard, because I put up a poll, guys. If you didn't see it, make sure you vote on that poll. I know the transcripts for the Epstein case, for the Ghislaine Maxwell case versus Virginia Giuffre came out. And every day they drop 30 to 60 files. And what I've done is I've gone through them, and now I created a little list of just the important transcripts. So what I did as a test run on Saturday night with Winning was I read through a couple of the transcripts, some police reports. Very interesting. It's very disturbing, but it's stuff that we need to know about. We need to know who was involved and what was going on. And it's an interesting little thing going on right now. And it's a deviation from all the war talk and everything else. So I don't like to talk about war. I don't like to really get involved in politics too much. Not on this channel anyway. This is more about, trauma and emotions. And I think when you guys hear me, you know that you're going to get quite the commentary. So we did that. I read transcripts for 6 hours straight on Winning's channel. We did it on Rumble because of all the, no words that YouTube would have struck him for. And it was a very interesting night. Everybody had a lot of things to say, a lot of interesting insights. And as I went through it, I read an entire transcript, 179 pages, from Joanne Soberg, who worked there for 5 years, and she saw some things, she participated in some things, and it really gets into it. And then you get into the police report where they interview all these different people. They have to go through their parents, though, because some of them were still underage when they were getting investigated and they were getting interviewed, so they needed parental approval or parental notification to interrogate these people or to take their reports. They call it interview. I call it interrogation, because it doesn't matter if you're being friendly or you're being, the suspect. When you talk to a cop, it's always nerve-wracking because you're always like, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything. And then you wind up saying too much. So we did that, and I had a good time doing that. So I just want to know if you guys want us to continue that. I planned on streamlining it now that I did it live once. There's a lot of things. I went through the files. There's so much repetition. I was able to get rid of pretty much like 80% of the stuff that they downloaded that they made available to us. And there's really just there's some whole transcripts. I'm looking forward to, and I really want to do this. If I don't do it on Winnings, then I'll release it as a video. The whole Ghislaine Maxwell interview, and it's a lot. But I don't just read it. I mean, I stop and I comment, and because I can't help it. I'm reading it, and I'm, I do the inflections, and some of them I change my voice or whatever, just for shits and giggles. But I do comment because you'll hear me. I'll say something. I'll be like, "Oh yeah, that makes fucking sense," and it's just typical me. So if you want the transcripts with my added commentary, let me know. Vote yes, or say it in the comments. Now back to Jude. So yeah, he said, "I'd rather forget the evil bastard," but I think a lot of people want to know what's in the transcripts, but they don't have hours upon hours to sit there and read it, because it can get very overwhelming. So what I've done is I've gone through and I've picked out the stuff that's actually juicy and important and, has relevant information. It's not just legal jargon and minutia and people being petty. And believe me, in some of these transcripts, they get petty with each other. The lawyers and the person being deposed are just back and forth. Oh my God. But the transcript is all mainly just depositions, and you learn a lot. Just you see how they side dance, their tap dance out of the way, and it's very interesting to me. I usually don't get into the court stuff, but now that it's it's over and it's done and we can see it, I'm really interested in what went on, behind the scenes, what they talked about not in court. So I just want your opinion. In the end, if I feel like doing it, I'm going to do it. So, meh. But I really like your input. Cool Gamer. Hello, everybody. Hello to you too, honey. Lady Awesome Sky. I know she's Autumn Sky, but to me, she's awesome. So she's Lady Awesome. She said, Grand Rising, beautiful souls. Nice intro. Thank you very much. I love that intro. Winning made that for me. Winning makes all the clips that you see on here. I have it in the description. All intros, outros, and clips done by Winning Reality, because I suck at that stuff. I have no patience, none whatsoever. I am not tech savvy at all. You can see that by how today started, that I forgot to hit go live, and I'm like, why isn't it doing the thing? Do the thing. I'm like, oh, you idiot. I'm very hard on myself. T-Rex, good M. I hope you're out there trucking, paying no property taxes, as always. Cool Gamer, you're awesome. I like your stream. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. That's very nice. I needed that this morning. Lady Awesome, you're doing great. Thanks. Jude, hey, Jude. You know I sing it every single time I see your name. Certain people just evoke music. Like your Hey Jude, when I see Heidi, it's a Heidi, Heidi, Heidi ho. Always. Always, always, always. Daisy doesn't know it, but there's a song that I sing in my head. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer due. I love that song. I love it, love it, love it, love it. And I always sing it. I just don't sing it out loud. I sing it in my head because I can't hit the key. I don't know why. That key escapes me. It's horrible. Daisy, maybe do 20-minute clips of different ep subjects to start a playlist since you're a gifted reader. I don't know. Lots of people are already covering it. It may not be good for your mental health. It honestly, it doesn't bother me the way I thought it would, because when I'm reading it, I'm able to lash out. I'm not just sitting there taking it in. I'm able to fight back. I bite back. And so when I see something and I see all the little maneuvers that they're doing, like, and I catch the lies, and I'm like, okay, but you said this, but now you're saying this. And literally 3 pages ago, you just said this. I like to catch them in the lies. You know, I like to see who's shadier than who and whatever. So it's, at this point, it's over. It's done. I can't do anything about it. But now I get to look at the puzzle pieces and get a better picture of what was going on. The thing is, I don't want people to listen to it and feel re-traumatized. I want them get angry. Go ahead, get angry, get it out. Because some of us went through those kinds of traumas and never got to voice our opinion on it. We never got to fight back. We never got to say anything. And this is actually a way for me to be indignant and angry for them. And I feel almost like an advocate for them. Because maybe they're out there thinking, oh, people think I'm lying. No, we don't think you're lying. You know, we don't think this. Like, this is my opinion on this. So you keep your head up and you keep going. And a lot of other people can relate to it. And they go, oh, you know, I went through something similar. And I do try to, you know, add a little humor to it, because at this point you have to laugh at some of the dark stuff. You really do, because it'll eat you up. And I like being able to, you know, people are listening and they're like, oh, they feel affected by it. And then all of a sudden I'll come in with something like really off the cuff. And they're just like, they laugh. So it lightens the load quite a bit. So you can process the information, but you're not getting a direct hit from it. So that's my intention. Trust me, it's not for clicks. I would love if Winnie got the clicks for it, but that's one of the reasons why I do it on his channel, because it's easier for me to do it with him there, and I can banter back and forth. Daisy, but if you're going to read them anyway, test the waters. Yeah, I thought maybe just doing them in very, like, to be more specific. Before, I was just going through the documents online on stream to see, okay, this is crap, this is crap, this is crap. Because I wanted them to see that there were all these different motions, but that's not really what anybody's into. Like, it's just a whole lot of extra. You know, it's, oh, we took an excerpt from this main transcript and we reposted it like 18 times. That drives me crazy, because I'll be reading it and I'm like, wait a minute, I feel like I've read this before. And I'm like, yes, I did. This was in the other transcript. So there's a lot of repetition. So I did away with that. And there's much less to be read. But the things that need to be read are long. So we shall see. But that's a good idea to break it up. Great to see everybody. And I think that's it. Jude. Oh, okay, then. That was a Monday knee-jerk reaction from a wounded warrior reaction. Didn't understand the question. Hey, it's early. No, that's all right. I'll be glad when you start streaming on Rumble too. Yeah, I was going to stream on Rumble this morning, but because I'm so like dee this morning. I was like, yeah, no, let me deal with what I can deal with. And that's part of what we're going to talk about today. You know, like, what are the blues? One of the reasons you get the blues is because you get overwhelmed. You take on too much. And I'm learning to recognize when I could do things and when I can't. And accepting, okay, it's okay. You just can't do that today. Maybe you'll do it tomorrow. Jude said, I'm getting interested. You got me. I'm glad. I can make it interesting. I mean, I do try to keep it lively, very lively, because, you know, that's me. But mainly today, it's January 8th. Do you know what today is? It is Elvis's birthday. Okay, this is something that I've known since I was like 2. My mother was gaga over Elvis. So we had like Elvis ceramic busts in the house. We had paintings. There were pictures. Every song he ever did, we had on 45. We had on LP. We had on, you know, like 8-track. So I know Elvis. And every year I've always, you know, been like, oh, it's Elvis's birthday. But it's another significant day for me as well, even though this is past. I actually met my husband online on Elvis's birthday. And it's my friend Christine's wife's birthday. It's Donna's birthday, so I knew that. So a lot of things happen in my life on this day. I met my ex-husband 24 years ago today. And I kind of wish I would have just, you know, maybe had no internet service that day. That would have been beneficial to me. But shit happens. I met him. Meh. You go with the flow. So he and I are still friends. He's just, I can only take him in small doses because he's one of those people who loves to be a plunger and bring up shit from the past. And unfortunately, he blames me for like everything that ever occurred. And it's like, okay, maybe you should blame, I don't know, Budweiser, you know, Malibu rum, you know, Captain Morgan, you know, blame all those different people. But how about we not blame me for everything? But he likes to blame me, so that's fine. I let him, whatever. Blame me. I could give a shit. It makes you feel better? Great. And then he goes, oh, but I love you. I'm like, ugh. Like, I love when people are like, oh, you know, you're a piece of shit. You did this, you did that. You emasculated me. You intimidated me. Da, 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 da. You know, I don't know how I ever really felt about you, but I love you. What? Really? Like, it's like somebody stabbing you and go, oh, sorry, I didn't know that would hurt and you would bleed. Like, I mean, maybe it's not like that, but to me it is. And that's really all that matters, right? My interpretation is what I feel. It's my perception. So that's that. So happy birthday, Elvis. I know you're, you know, rocking away in heaven, like, you know, rocking those clouds. Good for you. Love you. I do really love Elvis. I love all his music. His music can bring me down. It can make me cry. It can hype me up. It can get me going. Jailhouse Rock always got me going. All Shook Up. Once it's in my head, I can't get it out of my head. You know, like all different things. Who hasn't listened to I Can't Help Falling in Love with You and not thought, oh my God, I wish, you know, like, I wish somebody would sing that to me. Like that kind of thing. I mean, that every little girl that I knew heard that song, was like, oh my God, I wish that, you know, and you get lost in it. I love music that can really affect your moods and bring you up. And you can intentionally bring yourself up with music. And we're going to get into that later. But yeah, so happy birthday to him. I wanted to do a little shout out to Caitlin Comments because I got a Christmas gift from her in the mail. My son went across the street and picked up the packages. And she got me this awesome cardigan. Yep. It's in my brand colors. Oh my God. I was so happy. It's super soft, super warm, and super hot pink. So it's like, it really like, it's my brand color. So I was surprised at that. But I'm wearing it now. And it's very cheerful. And I don't know, it just makes me feel better. So thank you, Caitlin. It was very, very sweet of you. I love you very much. And it was one of the only Christmas presents I got. So it really it did a lot to raise my mood. It's been a rough year. It's been a rough year. I mean, Christmas is usually rough for me because I'm the giver. I don't get, I give. And while that's nice and everything, every once in a while you're like, what the fuck? I need something too. But you move on. Oh, thank you. Jude became a member. Oh, that's so sweet. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the crew. All right. And let's see. When you join us, we have one thing to say.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
There you go. Gotta have a little of the Pope in there. Said you got me. Oh, that's so sweet. That made my day. Thank you so much. I wanted to give a little shout out to Winning, because tonight he is starting a new show. It's at 7:00 Eastern, and it's called Unrig the Game. And he'll be doing a book read. I believe, I don't know if he's reading it or if it's the machine is reading it. I don't know. I don't know how it goes. But I did get a little preview from him, and it was really interesting. So he'll be doing this book called The Controligarchs, and he's just going to be doing the first and second chapter. So that should be interesting. I hope you join me there tonight. I'll be in chat, moderating as usual, throwing up links and whatever. But it should be a nice chill time. Rapid, hello, happy Monday. Shizzy Wiznut Raid, that's awesome. Thank you, Shizzy. Oh, I'm so happy. I saw Shizzy went early this morning. I stopped in there for about an hour while I was writing up my list of things to say today. So yeah, he was talking about city living versus country living and the differences, and how you have to have politicians who reflect both, because you can't just sweep across the nation with one brush. And you can't. They try to do it all the time, but different people live different lives. What works in the city doesn't work in the country. What works in the country won't work in the city. And he talked about that, and it was very interesting. He had Farrell on with him, so it was great. But thanks, Shizzy Wiznut Raid. Welcome. One thing about YouTube is I noticed there's a lot of people out there who get very territorial, and they get very butthurt. Like if somebody creeps in on their time or whatever, or does a similar type show. The thing is, for me with YouTube, there's so many people out there, and there's so many nuances to different shows. I think there's a place for everybody. I really do. There could be 18 morning shows going at the same time, and they're all different. So they're all going to appeal to different people. So there are ones, I've been on ones, and I've been on ones that are just pure, just frenetic energy. You're just flying by the seat of your pants. You're just making shit up as you go along. There's no topic. There's no nothing. It's just all panel discussion, and it can be a bit much. But some people like that. And then you have some people who, they have a conversation, and that's something that, people can chime in on, or they could just, sit back and, be a little voyeuristic about it. Hi, Judge Maddie. How are you? Happy Monday. Good to see you. Good to see you. T-Rex said, oh, so tired. 9 stops today. You have to do 9 drop-offs? Are you telling us that you're tired because you dropped your load a bunch? Because I don't know, T-Rex. You haven't been around a whole lot, so I don't know. But yeah, what I'm saying is there's a lot of different shows in the morning. There's afternoon shows. There's nighttime shows. There are people who do a lot of the same thing. But everybody's different, and certain people like certain environments. They like a different voice, or they like the way somebody does a certain thing. I know that, a lot of people expect me to do the whole, dog and pony show, where I'm just I'm always trying to be entertaining. I can't do that all the time. This is me. This is just me natural. But like when I told Winning when we were talking about doing the reading of the transcript, I said I'm gonna do it. I was like, but it's like 6 hours of reading, me just reading straight. That's a lot. I was like, and while I'm used to being on stream for like 6 hours, which for me is honestly it's nothing. I don't think that I could do the transcripts and be T3, which is why he didn't put we're reading transcripts with T3. He said we're reading transcripts with Shelly. I said I could do it as me, just if I'm just doing it naturally, like I would do it just me and him sitting there and I'm reading it to him. That's the way I wanted to do it for everybody else. I didn't want to make it into a spectacle. I didn't want to make it into like the, da-da-da-da-da-da. I didn't want the bum, but I did want my voice to be in there because let's face it, I have an opinion on everything. So that's how I wanted to read it. And he was like, that's cool. Just be you. Just, all right. So you're just going to be Shelly. He understood the difference between T3 and Shelly. There's not a huge difference, but when I'm T3, I tend to think I have to entertain them. I have to keep them engaged. When I'm just being me, I'm just sharing with you what's on my mind. I'm not out to like teach anything. I'm not out to save anybody. I'm not out to be like a haven. That's all part of me naturally, but that's not the goal of the day. When I'm being T3, I'm trying to be better and better and better. When I'm being me, I allow myself a little bit just pettiness if I want. Like if I want to say something, I'm going to say it. All right, T3 says whatever she wants to, but I usually try to make it a little softer when I'm doing this, like this here. I try not to unload my entire personality. Sometimes I miss the mark, Get a couple people to help read Be Shelly and Winning. Well, Winning, like that's the thing. Like he wanted to know about these transcripts, but he was like, I have stuff to do. I cannot sit there and just read this for like 12 hours a day. So what we did was I would read it to him as he was going around doing, whatever. And the only problem is I had no voice the first time I did it. So I read to him for like, I think it was like 6 or 7 hours because we were really into it. And then the next day I had no voice at all. So I couldn't do the show. So I was like, well, that's not going to work. So I needed to, learn to take breaks and go, okay, I need to stop. I need to go to the bathroom. I need a drink. I need to eat because I'm like, my eyes are crossing. I learned to be more forgiving of not being so professional. Caitlin comments and maybe Danielle would help. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I will talk to Winning about it because it's his channel. So it's just like, I'm just sitting there doing whatever. But thank you. That's good ideas, Rabbit. T-Rex said, yes, remember to change from top chat to live chat, please. That's from Rabbit. She said, hit that like, strike, subscribe, ring the bell, change to all for notifications, and share. She's so good. I love you, Rabbit. I hope you're feeling better. I know RSV was kicking your butt the way COVID was kicking mine. As you could hear, I'm still sick. I feel great. I just don't sound great. So it's all nasally now. It's like, ugh, it's so gross. T-Rex says, some of that stuff is super messed up and made me uncomfortable after watching y'all and Jessica Reloaded and Shizzy read some of the stuff. I can only imagine how comfortable it must be as a woman. Reading the transcript of what some of these girls went through as teens and young adults. Oh, absolutely. And it's supposed to make you uncomfortable because if it doesn't, you might want to look inside yourself and be like, why doesn't it make me uncomfortable? Why do I think that's okay? That's a personal problem. But I expected most people would be uncomfortable. And as it stands in the past, usually when you guys hear uncomfortable stuff coming from me, you tend to process it better. I don't know if it's because it's coming from me and you're just like, all right, it's a filter for it to come through for you, or if it's just that you feel you're in a safe place and it's okay to feel what you feel and then let it go. Rabbit said, I'm starting to breathe better on the new meds, but really tired. Yeah. And that's what it is. Like I'm having a hard time breathing, like through my nose or whatever, but it's the exhaustion. Like I'm full of pep and I get up to go do something, and then 10 minutes later I'm like, I need a nap, because it just exhausts me. I'm just completely drained. Shizzy, hit that like button, you silly perverts. Absolutely. How you doing, Shiz? What's up? I liked your morning show. Very nice. It was very nice. I was very surprised. I was like, oh, look at him starting off the new year with a new format. I think we're all trying to do that. We're all trying to branch out. And that's one of the things about being on the tubes. There is a lot of competition if you look at it as competition. I don't. I have my audience. If it grows, great. If it doesn't, I'm very happy with what I have. I love coming here and just talking to you guys. I do. Inya! Hi, everybody. I'm Mine LS. Inya's not feeling good. She stopped by the stream last night to leave a like and say that her and the little one have fevers. I think you said your fever finally broke. Just make sure you stay hydrated. That's the only things that saved me were Vicks. And believe me, I went through a lot of Vicks. Allergy pills. Allergy pills helped me more than cold pills. They actually worked a lot better as a decongestant for me. That doesn't work for everybody, but it worked for me this time. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it does. You got to sometimes play around. But I hope you feel better. Make sure you rest. That's the biggest thing, because I slept for like days. You don't get great sleep, which means you have to have a lot of it. So just take care of yourself. My son spiked such a high fever. I took him to the ER. We have RSV too. No! Oh my goodness. We're running fevers without Motrin and Tylenol. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry about that. She said, Rabbit, haven't seen you in a minute. Been missing you. That's because Rabbit had RSV. And that's running rampant. Like, they don't talk about that, do they? They don't say, oh, everybody's sick. They're just like, there's no agenda behind it right now, so it's not newsworthy. T-Rex, hey, Inumers, hopefully you and your crotch goblins feel better sometime soon. Okay, I've never called my children crotch goblins. I've called them demon spawn, but not crotch goblins. I have to work or I'd be in bed. Well, yeah. RSV put me down since Thanksgiving. Rabbit said, yeah. Rabbit was bad. And every once in a while, you'll hear me mute real quick because I don't want to cough in your ear. My head. Thank you, T-Rex. Ayo, yo, what's up? Ayo, Xander. So yeah, back to the tube thing. I knew people who were always in quote unquote competition with other people, and anything they did, they took as a slight. And I always thought it was it was so stupid. Some people, yes, they are maybe I want to believe they're unintentionally stepping on toes, but I don't feel that way personally. Like, I don't believe anybody steps on my toes. I'm me. You're not going to get me with anybody else. You know, so if you want to deal with me and the things that I go into or whatever, you're going to come here and listen to me. I have tons of friends who cover the same stuff I do. I just listen to their stuff later. I have a saved later list like you wouldn't believe. And what I do is I play the save later list. I play it as a playlist at night when I'm going to sleep, because it does take me a really long time sometimes to fall asleep. And I enjoy them because there's no distractions. There's nothing. I can listen to it faster, and I take it in, and I can do the things that they need. I can leave the like, I could share it, I could whatever. I don't see it as an infringement on what I do. Because let's face it, there's not a lot of people out there with my type of personality. You either love me or you don't. Like there is no in between. There's no, oh, I feel like, I like Shelly. No, you either love Shelly or hate Shelly. Like that's just how it is. And there's a lot of hate, and that's fine. Because guess what? The haters are, God, they're loyal. Loyal haters. Oh my goodness. I love lurkers. Love lurkers. I understand a lot of people play this and they're like, oh, I just want to hear because I don't want to comment in chat because I don't want the attention, or I'm at work. Sorry, that lost my breath there for a minute. I forgot what I was saying. See, that's one of the things you only get here. You get the constant like brain farts where I just don't understand what I'm talking about because my brain went off and played and forgot to take me with it. I'm me. If you like listening to me and talking to me and interacting with me, you come here. If that's not what you're in the mood for, because I could be a bit much, you go somewhere else, you listen to them. I do it. Sometimes I have to I'll just set something in the background and it's just white noise for me. I'm not really listening to what's being said. I'm just comforted by the fact that they're there, and then sometimes I'm really super into whatever they're saying. Sometimes I go to different sites just for that type of opinion because I'm like, what, this person has this kind of background. They have this kind of outlook. I can't relate to that because I've never been there and I want to hear that side of it. Or I could go someplace where I'm like, oh, I do relate and I want to hear somebody who, I guess validates the way I think. So everything is out there and I wish everybody would learn to just enjoy it. Go out, be silly. Go somewhere where you're just going to learn about things. Go somewhere where you're just going to laugh, where you're going to hear a little bit more of the perverted side of life. Go somewhere where you're going to focus on religion. That's one of the things that's going to be coming into a lot of my streams. And I plan on doing videos on more inspirational stuff and more religious stuff. It's not that I'm pushing religion. I love stories. And there is no place that has a richer, more diverse, cornucopia of stories than in religions. And I love seeing the connections. Like I was talking the other day to Winning. I was like, what's the difference between like a Protestant and a Lutheran? And it was a very SAT type thing that we wound up with because it was like, okay, I think like all Lutherans are Protestant, but not all Protestants are Lutheran. So it was that type of thing. And then I started like looking at the different branches of Protestantism and Catholicism, like how Catholicism, it's like Catholicism, Roman Catholic Church. That's it. It's like either Orthodox or non-Orthodox. That's it. That's all you got. And then you go to Protestantism and it's like branch. And I was like, oh my God, like all these different things sprung up from this one thing. And yet they fight with one another. The base is the same, but they have little differences. And it sparks so much curiosity in me. So I'll be talking about stuff like that. And I really love going into the stories. Because some of the stories, they're so rich. And they're so old and detailed, and you don't realize until you really dive into them how much of that you carry around and use on a daily basis. Like, when you say to somebody, oh, don't be throwing stones, you got that from a biblical story. You might not realize it came from a biblical story because you heard it, in a different environment or in a different way. But the root of it comes from that story. And I love how they reach back like that. Like, how some people look at Disney and they see all the connections and the Easter eggs. That's what I like to do with religion. I go, all right, this is something that somebody said, or this saying. Do you know where this saying is? Everybody says it. Do you know where it came from? And I like getting to that and exploring that. So we're going to be doing a lot more of that as well. But I think those might be videos more than live streams. because I really don't like to always sit there and just talk about them in live streams, but occasionally I will. Let's see. Aozander, it's 5:30 a.m. Oh, that's right. You're in comification or whatever the hell they call it. Yeah, you're in terrible California. You poor thing. We were talking about that yesterday. I was like, yeah, California is not a place I want to go ever. I have no compunction at all. There's no desire to go there. I would happily go and spend time in every state down south because the people are just fucking awesome and the food is outrageous and just it's just beautiful and clean and just you can breathe. But California, I have no desire to go there. None at all. T-Rex said, over Thanksgiving, my family gave me a cold that comes back after the first round of beds and you have to tack it again and it sucks. Yeah, well, Shelly, stop lying to your audience. You don't sleep until your body just kind of shuts down in the middle of talking. That happens so often. Oh my God. I was in the middle of talking and winning the other day, and he was just like, "You're right." I was like, "What would happen?" He was like, "You were snoring." I was like, "Was I really?" I was in the middle of a sentence, and I just kind of went, "No." Oh, so anyway, and he was just like, "She fell asleep." I fell asleep literally for 3 seconds. It was terrible. And yeah, Shelly, you had my husband and me laughing yesterday morning. I was watching what I missed on Rumble of the jizz readings. Your humor is up our alley. That's what I call her. I'm not calling her Jelaine. I call her Jizz. It just makes it a lot more entertaining for me because then she's not this monstrous thing. I'm mocking her openly with using her own name. So yeah, she's Jizz. Rabbit, you should move here, have your channel, and become a Farmer Shelly. Yeah, Farmer Shelly. That's me. That's. Mm-hmm. I mean, I do want the country life. That's why I keep pushing my mother. You know, I'm like, all right, they sold the house. Can you get the damn thing through probate? Can we get the money? Can we find a house? Can we find land? Can we get the hell out of Jersey? Like, I just don't want to be here. I mean, I have several reasons for wanting to move down south, but I've always wanted to live in the South. I've never. As much as Hoboken is my home, Jersey's not, like, the North is not my home. I'm a Jersey girl, but I could just as easily become a Southern girl, which I think would be funny because you got the Jersey fire and then you'd have like the Southern fire and that. Woo! I could either be real, real dangerous or super, super sweet. We'll see how that turns out. But yeah, I do. I want to move down south. I did love living in Kansas, Rabbit. I've told you that many times. I liked, getting up in the morning. I'd open the door and be on my way to work, and there's a deer, a rabbit, a freaking raccoon. Everybody's just sitting there like, hey, what's up? There was a hawk that was constantly in the tree behind my house. There was a little creek. I loved it. And it was really nice, but I had nobody there. I had no family there. And I was so young, and I'd never been on my own. Like, even when I was on my own, I still had my husband as backup. He wasn't good for much, but he was a body. I could leave him home with the kid, and go out and make a living. I don't have to do that anymore. Now it's, I'm more confident in being alone. I'm confident that even independently, I can stand on my own 2 feet and thrive. I'm not going to succumb to bullshit that's out there. I'm not going to let it make me bitter. I'm not dependent on anybody, and I'm okay. I know that I'm okay, but I also knew that I wanted to come home because I had to heal. And it took 20 years. It took me 20 years to rebound from all the trauma I hadn't faced. So I couldn't do that alone. I had to be here, I feel, to do that. Aozander, it's so cold, shivering more than a crackhead squirrel's nut storage. Okay. I thought you were going to say a crackhead squirrel's nuts, because, I'm pretty sure they shiver. Dang, T-Rex, hope you feel better. I'm glad you're finally feeling better, Rabbit. This is Inya. I'm glad you're finally feeling better, Rabbit. I hope it doesn't get to me too bad. I have asthma, but so far, cough, 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 and everything burns. Yeah. So I managed to get away with not having too much of a cough. Mine is all in my nose and in my sinuses and in my ears. So like I have a hard time hearing. So I'm constantly going, what? Because it'll just block it off. If I tilt my head back and look up, it's like I hear everything. But then as soon as I put my head in a normal position, no, it's like somebody stuffed my ears with cotton. I'm just like, damn it. So I don't know if I'm being loud. I don't know if I'm not being loud enough. So this is just what I'm comfortable talking at. So this is what you get. Jude said the South has big bugs. Yes, it does. But you know what? There were bugs everywhere. I mean, there were ticks out in Kansas. There are ticks here. There were all sorts of things, you know, but everywhere you go, you got to deal with nature unless you live in a cement jungle like I do. And trust me, the people that live here, 55,000 people in 1 square mile, I'll take the bugs. It's okay. Because at least the bugs aren't going to rob me blind. They're not going to hit me over the head. They're not going to constantly be, you know, in my space, like, you know, messing up the environment around me or whatever. And if I step on them, I don't go to jail. You know, that's a thing. Rabbit said, you always have mates. Aw, Rabbit, you're so sweet. I'm glad I always have you. You reached out a couple times over the holiday just to see how I was doing, and I appreciated that. I did. Judge Maddie, I've lived within 15 miles of where I was born. Never wanted to leave. Now I can't wait to get out of the city. Yep. I spent my whole life, except for like 2 years, in Hoboken. Anywhere I go in Hoboken, that's my neighborhood. You know, I have like my really tiny neighborhood, like my home neighborhood, and then I have like the rest of it. But I mean, I'm comfortable here. It's just there's so many people now. So many transient people. There's so many homeless people. There's no privacy at all. And despite the fact that I'm on YouTube, I tend to be a very private person. I don't like being watched. I don't like being monitored at all. Like, I want to do what I want to do. If I want to go out and sit in, you know, a bathrobe, then fuck you. I want to go out and sit in a bathrobe. You can't do that here. You wind up on somebody's friggin' YouTube channel or on their Instagram, TikTok, whatever, you know, or the cops go, well, you know, your neighbor said that you were my neighbor from where? From like 2 blocks. What? Tell them to mind your own goddamn business. Nobody here minds their business because you're on top of one another, and I hate it. So, he said the roaches carry lunch boxes. Well, you know, here they carry attaché cases, and you know they wear Prada and Armani and stuff like that. Trust me, roaches not always bugs. Trust me. And you said that's my whole life. Deaf in one ear, fully blind in the other. Deaf in one ear, fully blind in the other. You realize you said you're fully blind in one ear. That's how that came out. And I'm sorry, but it made me chuckle. Yeah, no, I mean, I already have reduced hearing in my right ear because, you know, I got hit in the ear and he damaged the eardrum. But I deal with that. You know, I tell people, just don't stand on that side and talk to me. Stand on my left. If you're going to talk to me, stand to my left. Always be to my left. If you're on my right, I'm going to get half of what you say. And I'm always going to say, what? What? Like, I have to be looking at you in order to know what you're saying. And as far as the eyes, girl, I'm blind as a bat. I swear to God. Now I wear contacts, so you don't know. But if I put glasses on, oh dear God, I look like Professor Trelawney from Harry Potter. Like, it literally looks like my eyes are the size of like dinner plates because I'm so blind. If my contacts come out, I can't see nothing. In the hospital, they were like, oh, you know, do you need glasses? I was like, I wear contacts. Oh, well, you can take them out. No, We have to take them. No, never. I didn't even take them out when I had surgery in Kansas. They were just like, you didn't take. No, why would I? Why would I take them out? When I open my eyes, I want to see who's there. I don't want to be surprised. I'm already groggy. My mind is blurry. I don't want my eyesight to be blurry. They're like, but that's not good for you. Trust me, my eyes are well accustomed to my contacts being in there forever. I don't even remember most of the time that I'm wearing contacts because they're always there. People are like, oh, I don't feel shit anymore. They're suctioned onto my eyes, and it's a part of my day. And you said, oh, hi, Maddie, missed the radio show. I was having issues. Aw, he said, Inya, all good. I'm doing 1 to 3 a.m. late Tuesday night. If you're up, Clumsy plays it in her Discord. Oh, that's awesome, Judge Maddie. If you have a link or something that somebody wants to throw up, I got tons of mods here. You're welcome to do it. Anybody who wants to self-promote, just talk to Rabbit or talk to anybody who has a wrench and they'll throw a link up for you. No problem. Do not be shy about it. Rabbit, I go get mail in my robe and work in a t-shirt and in overalls. I mean, yeah, I always picture you. I will say I always picture you in overalls, Rabbit. I don't know why. It's always, cigarette, overalls, shotgun. That's Rabbit in my head. And I could be way off, but that's just how you are in my head. But again, if anybody wants to promote like their shows or whatever, just talk to one of my mods and they'll be more than happy to throw the stuff up there for you. I think, please. Thank you. Please and thank you. Or you can always DM it to somebody and have them, then they'll put it up. But yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm very much about cross promotion. I am always promoting somebody, pushing somebody's show, be it winning or like when Shizzy and Jess started the Depp trial, I did, a little thing for them. I gave them like a big shout out. When Caitlin launched her channel, I gave her a shout out. I talk about Expert. I try to, tell Expert, do more streams by yourself. Do those little like half-hour streams. I love those where you just get real and you just talk to people. Like let us know what's going on in your head. Because we're interested. He has a perspective that I want to hear about. All different streamers, and I really, even like Nick's doing Sober January. I'm not entirely sure how that's going. I'll roll with Nick no matter what he does, but it's like, okay, sometimes I think he's better when he's socially lubricated. Sometimes I think he's better when he's stone cold sober. It depends on what he's talking about, and it depends on his comfort level. I think when he's a little uncomfortable talking about something, the alcohol helps. When no shotgun, just a 380. Oh, nice. I know nothing about guns. I know they go pew pew and they make things go bye bye. That's it. They make the loud noise, and I know that if I don't brace myself correctly or hold it correctly, it will throw me across a room. That's happened. So yeah, I'm not big on guns. Not that I'm not big on guns. I love guns. I do, but I'm not interested in specifics. I think guns are pretty. I do. I like the look of them. I do like the feel of them. To me, they just feel dangerous. And so I know I have to be super, super, super careful. And it makes me it heightens my awareness of everything. Like everything. The shotgun is for coyotes at night. Nobody likes coyotes. It breaks my heart a little bit. Because my Chance, the dog that I had when I was little, she was half coyote. Well, not half. She was part coyote. And you could tell in her face and like just like the teeth and everything else. Like that was the coyote part of her. But she was just the sweetest, most loyal, protective girl ever. But I could see where she would be very intimidating to other people. Like, nobody fucked with me when she was around because they were terrified of her. And to me, she was just my puppy. That's my puppy. You know, that was it. I'd throw myself on her. I never once worried that she would bite me. And generally speaking, I usually don't worry about dogs biting me. Cats could be a bitch. I love cats, but they're so unpredictable. I have a lot of trust in dogs. And that's another reason why I do want to move to the country, because I want dogs. I want to have the big goofy dogs running around and whatever, you know, just being happy and, you know, like wagging their tails and just fucking shit up. I don't feel like it's fair to have a dog in an apartment. It's just not. And it's just a lot of work, and then you got to worry if they're going to bark, and then if they bark, there's like that resentment. I don't want that. If I'm going to have a dog that barks, I might as well be in a place where nobody's going to hear it, you know, but me, because I don't mind dog barking. It's like whatever. I mind cats meowing when I'm live. Thank you, Snips. I don't. Lately, she's been crazy. She just sits here and just meows at me and meows at me and meows at me. And I'm like, what, Lassie? Did Timmy fall in the well? Am I dying? Tell me. Like, she just meows at me. And now she's started jumping at doorknobs because she wants to get into rooms. She does not like closed doors. So I'm like, all right, well, wherever I move, I can't have the kind of doorknobs that leave her down. I have to have the round doorknobs that you have to turn, because otherwise she'll just let herself in wherever the fuck she wants. I always think of that meme that you see of the husky that like pushes the door open and it like slams the door open, stands there like, woof, like, here I am. That would be my cat. She would just like slam the door open and be like, how dare you? She's very, you know, like, here I am. Only when they're attacking livestock or cats. Well, I'm with you for that. Winning says the same thing. He's like, when, you know, like, I got to be careful with the cat. You know, like, the cat likes to go outside, and I got to be careful with coyotes, because no, I'm not losing my cat to some freaking coyote. It's a constant source of like aggravation for him. Anyway, back to the YouTube, you know, quote unquote competition of it all. I really feel like there's a place for everybody. I wish it was easier on streamers to get seen. I believe there's a lot of things working against them, but I don't think it's other streamers that are doing that. I think YouTube is very censorish. Like they're very like, oh, I don't like that you were streaming with this person, so we're going to shadow ban you and never take you off. Like, we're going to do this and we're never going to bring you back. I happened to get lucky with like one video that I did on Amber Heard. You know, when I said why I believe Johnny Depp and I always will. And that went and was real popular. And so I got a lot of subs from that. I got a lot of exposure from that because YouTube decided, for whatever reason, to give it a slight push. It was nice in one way, but it was also very humbling in another, and very frightening, because if they decide nobody is going to see you, nobody's going to see you. If they decide to give you a teeny tiny push, you get hundreds and thousands of views and people sub and whatever. And you like, it feels like, oh my God, I exploded. But if they really decide to push your stuff, you could just take off. And I feel like that happened a lot more before. Wolfkinder, happy Monday. Happy Monday. Welcome. It's just, they're very reluctant when it comes to pushing, you know, content. And it's sad because we all have something to add, and it would be nice to be able to reach out to people who need it, you know, but you can't, because they stifle your voice. They mute you, basically. And it's unfair, because I don't think they should have the right to do that when you're not hurting anybody. You're not out there trying to like, incite violence or whatever. Like you're not telling somebody go out and you should do this, and you're not giving medical advice. You're not giving like all this. You're just having discussions. If you're just having discussions, why limit it? We know why they do it. I hate that they do it. So we rely on word of mouth. We rely on chance. It is purely by chance that I have anybody out there listening to me. I've been doing this a year and 4 months. And I'm up to 698 subscribers. I did really well in the last 6 months. I gained well over 100 subscribers in the last 6 months. That was my biggest kick. I think I got 250 in the last 6 months because of that one Johnny Depp video that I did way back in November of 2021. Or was it 2022? 2022. So it was when I first started. I just did this half-hour video of, why I thought she was such a liar and why I believed him. And I pointed out, the things, his physical attributes that he did. Thank you, Rabbit, there for great music, Judge Maddie. And there's Judge Maddie at YouTube at Judge Maddie. So give it a click, give him a sub, listen in, see how we're doing. Wolfkinder, I've been listening, finally had enough brain cells firing to type. Aw, that's wonderful. The coffee's kicking in. Cool. Like I said, I don't mind lurkers. I love lurkers. As long as you're getting something from this and you're enjoying it, that's what I'm here for. And let's face it, I don't really require a whole lot of anything to talk. I could talk forever. I could sit here and have a whole conversation with myself, and I could play two people. I could be Shelly and I could be T3 and just talking back and forth. And one day I might do that just so you can see the ridiculousness that is my brain. But for the most part, I try to keep, on the rails. But I tend to go off the rails. One sec. Judge Maddie, oh, thanks, Rabbit. It's actually at a radio station. I don't have anything on my YouTube. You could put up whatever information you want, Judge. Whatever you want. If you want to direct them somewhere else, that works for me too. Let people know if it's just your area or whatever. I don't know. I know nothing about the radio anymore. I know it's all digital, and it's so crazy because I think the last time I listened to the radio, there was still a dial. So it was but whatever. Or maybe there was a random a forward search or whatever. But that whole Sirius radio and all that, I never went. I know my podcasts are on there somewhere. I just couldn't tell you where. My podcasts are out there all over. I take the audio from these shows and I just put them in this main hub, and it sends them out to all these different platforms. I don't get anything from them, but at least, I get my voice. I feel better about it. Sometimes perception is all you need. The results don't always matter. It's the effort. It's the opportunity. And that's what I loved about being a creator. About being able to, put stuff out there and just talk to people. And, maybe somebody stumbles across it when they're feeling some type of way. They'll do a search and it'll hit one of my keywords. And they hear me and they're like, oh, okay, she gets it. Maybe I'm not the only person who thinks like this. Maybe I'm not the only person who's going through this. Oh, maybe she's been through this and that. And all right, in comparison, yeah, okay. There's some perspective for me that I didn't have before. That's my intention. I'm not looking to fix anybody. I'm not. I can't. You can only fix yourself. And I have a hard enough time doing that for me. This does that for me a lot. I get to process out loud. This way, it's not all stuck in my head. It's not all just sitting there and festering. That actually ties into what we're going to be talking about in a little bit. The fact that if I leave things in my head, I will turn them over and over and over and over until they have consumed everything that I'm thinking about. And it's just too much. It's too much. So when I talk about it, it's almost like I'm checking off a to-do list. I'm like, all right, I felt this, talked about it, done, move on. I felt this, talked about it, done, move on. I felt this, I'm still in these feelings. Maybe I need to talk about this a little bit more. Maybe I need some input. Maybe somebody's got something to say that I can make me look at it a different way. You know, a way that I haven't thought about because I'm stuck in this rut inside my head. It makes me less crazy. It really does. I know people have they've tuned in and they don't know my background. They're like, oh my God, why is everybody crying? Because it's a purge. That's what I do. I'm not on here to be Debbie Downer. Yeah, we cry. We talk about impossibly painful shit on here. We swap stories. It's not just, I'm the only one that you hear, but that's why I discuss the chat. That's why I read the chat the way I do, because they have their stories. They have their insights, and I want that out there. But these aren't people who want to always be on stream. They don't want to get out there and say, oh, this is what happened, because it's painful. They don't want to be recognized for that, but they want to share it. So this is a way that they could do that in a safe way where I'm going to take the brunt of it. I'm going to be the one who's doing most of the emoting, and listening to me get upset or get angry or cry or, when you've heard me be wrecked. Mims, good morning, Mimsy. Good day, Mimsy. I hate saying that. Happy sunrise, merry, merry morning, merry, merry Monday, whatever. All the things. I love Mimsy. I always get happy when she's here. And that's one of the things. A lot of people find it very hard to open up. I always did. I saw it as a weakness. And coming on here and talking to you guys and admitting things that I admit them to myself, but I don't admit them to the world because they're painful. When I do admit them out loud, when I do voice them and put words to them and I make them real and I become accountable for them, there's a switch that happens in my head where it's no longer something that's haunting me. It's now something that I'm dealing with and I'm processing and I can put behind me. Is it painful in the moment? Absolutely. You guys know it took me a year to talk about my father, about what he did. It took me 49 years to be able to talk about that goddamn vent in the van. I couldn't even, I couldn't begin the conversation because I would get choked up. My throat would close up. I'd hyperventilate. I would lose it completely just thinking about even trying to look up. I certainly couldn't voice the pain that was behind it, the fear that was behind it. It was a memory that I had made such a part of me that I couldn't face it. And with you guys being here and I had to be braver. I had to push myself, but I had to know that there were people that were supportive, that knew, okay, she's breaking down. Maybe she needs another day. Maybe she needs another week, but we're getting there. There was always another step forward. And then when I did talk about it, I remember that day. I think everybody in the chat was hysterical crying. And part of me was like, oh my God, you made all these people cry. You're a horrible person. And then the thank yous started coming. The thank you for sharing that with me. Thank you for giving me, the ability to do that myself. I can't believe you got there. And it's been a privilege. I had one person say, it's been a privilege watching you get here. Like T-Rex just said, I always knew you'd get there eventually. I didn't, though. I didn't have that belief in myself. I didn't think I was strong enough. And being here and discussing it showed me that I had a strength that I never knew, that I refused to acknowledge, I guess, and I refused to utilize. You know, it was cathartic crying. It absolutely was, Rabbit. It absolutely was. And I could talk about that vent, no problem. I can look up, I can see the vent. I always see the vent when I look up. That's just, it's a part of me and always has been. But it's less frequent. So it gives me that hope that one day I'll look up and see nothing but a beautiful sky. I won't have any of that memory besmirching or like dirtying up my present. And that's what it always felt like. It always felt like my past, even though no fault of my own, those things made my present so much dirtier than it needed to be. And it clouded my future for me. It gave me a very bleak outlook. Like nothing's ever going to be better because this is what happened to you. Instead of me seeing it as this is something that happened to you, I always adopted the thought of this is who you are. And that wasn't true. And it took you guys for me to see that, for me to actually get to a point where I was like, you know what? I'm not a piece of shit. I'm not this dirty, like worthless thing. You know, I'm still working on the self-worth because it's rough, but I'm so much better than I was. And fundamentally, as a person, I didn't change, but my outlook changed. The way I viewed myself changed. My personality stayed the same, but I was able to appreciate more of myself and put the responsibility and the accountability where it belonged. You know, I got weighed down in always carrying the actions of other people, instead of realizing that wasn't my fault. I was just dealing with the fallout. I was the target. I didn't have to be the victim. You know, I didn't have to take that on me like it was something I deserved. And I attribute that to you guys, to coming here and talking. And that's what I wanted. I want people to show up and be like, you know what? She's right. You know, I want them to turn around and say, I'm a good person. She's a good person. I'm a good person. They're a good person. Shit happens. I mean, I've adopted that saying more than anything. Like, I know, well, it sucks, but shit happens. You got to learn to roll with things now. Instead of clinging to it, you got to deal with it and you got to even use it to your advantage. I use all that stuff to my advantage now. I'm like, you know what? No matter what happens now, I look back at what I've been through and I have no right at all to throw in the towel now when I've gone through much harder things in the past. You know, so it's like, it's a kick in the ass for me because I'm like, you know what? You dealt with all this shit and now you're giving in. Don't be a shim. Like, don't be stupid, Michelle. And I make myself stand up and, you know, fight for me. Whereas I always fought for other people. And now I'm starting to fight more for me, to protect my reputation, to protect my heart, but not to lock them away. Because that's how I did it. Instead of facing everything and taking the risk, I just went through every day angry. You know, I went through the days angry, and the fighting that I did wasn't fighting for me. It was fighting people to stay away. And I don't want people to stay away from me anymore. I want them in my life. I want them interested. I want them involved. I want to know about them. I want that interaction. I want the affection. I want the contact, because I recognize that as a person, I need that. I denied myself that for so long, and it made me really, really angry and bitter and cruel. And I don't like that part of myself. So I can't feed that beast anymore. I have to feed the more, like the gentler beast, the more affectionate beast, still a beast, because I'm still a force to fucking be reckoned with, but I'm not out for blood. I mean, you hurt somebody that I love, I will definitely take you down. Then that dark beast, she's in charge. But for the most part, I don't want to be that person, because I don't feel that's who I am in a real sense internally. I know how much I feel for people. I don't always show it, and I tend to be very like, I'm acerbic. That's how I am. I'm very sarcastic. I always have something to say. But I feel things very, very deeply for people. And I don't think they realize, there's a lot of people in my life who don't realize how much they mean to me. Like Christine means so much to me. I can't talk to her right now. I just can't. I don't know why. It hurts. It hurts, and I'm angry, and I don't want to be there, and I know I have to work on it, but I'm getting there. I spent the time being sick, reaching out every once in a while to older friends that I haven't talked to and saying, hey, I know I've been incognito, I've been MIA, whatever. I apologize. I couldn't be around you because you reminded me of these times, and I was trying to move out of that. So in order for me to move out of that, I had to push you to the side so that you didn't pull me back. Not that they wanted to pull me back, but that's just where we would go, because that was the habit, and I needed to break the habit. So I needed to break connections with a lot of people for a long time so that I could reinvent my thought process, my feeling process, so I could put distance between who I was and who I really am. And then once I started healing, I could reintegrate them a little at a time. I just don't want to fall back into old habits. So I'm very reluctant, and I'm very, very careful about who I talk to and what I say and how much interaction there is. T-Rex said, me and you, I think we're always going to struggle with self-worth and self-esteem issues, but we're working on it together. Yeah, I mean, I have twice the amount of time that you do of people putting me down and me believing it, but I'm getting there, and I know you and I together, T-Rex, we talk about it all the time. We delve into it, and I'm going to give it to you straight no matter what. I will tell you, you're being an idiot. You're worth so much more than you think you are, or, you deserve this or you deserve that. And I'll call out the manipulations of others that I see. It's easier for me to give you feedback on you than it is for me to see what's going on in my own life, because I'm too close to it. And you tend to do that for me as well. So, I mean, it's a wonderful thing. Ayo, hugs for T. Oh, you're sweet. Thank you. I love hugs. Put me hugs. No crying in baseball. Yeah, I know. No crying in baseball. Reb said, you'll always have to fight the worthless feeling. When it creeps in, you just say, I have worth to me, my family, and my friends. T-Rex. Oh, Shelly, I want to be part of your life too, Shelly. Oh, you are a part of my life. God, you're my 4 a.m. Hey, Shelly, I have existential questions to ask you that'll keep you up for the next 3 days. Sure. What would I do without you, T-Rex? It's starting to storm here at 40 degrees, so cold and wet. Anybody else aware of the whole 3-storm system that's supposedly going to be hitting us this week? All I saw last night at 12 o'clock, I suddenly got all these things on my wall. about horrible storms converging and and I'm like, crap. They say this and they're like, oh, 90% of the East Coast might lose, power. I'm like, fuck you. Now I got to charge the damn little generator thing that I have. It's like, whatever. We'll see. T-Rex said sleep. Sleep? Who wants to sleep? No sleep. Sleep is for the weak. But Rabbit, you said you will always have to fight that worthless feeling. Well, you know what we do when that happens.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
There you go. That makes Winning happy whenever he listens in, and I know you guys enjoy that one. I hate it. I hate it so much. I just hate it. Oh, sleep. You'd sleep if I wasn't around. Yeah, but I mean, I've gotten better at saying T-Rex, I gotta go to sleep. And he's like, all right, just one more question. I'm like, you have 10 minutes. I'm going to light the cigarette, and by the time the cigarette is out, I want to go to sleep. He's like, okay. And boundaries. We're working on boundaries. That's another thing. I'm not good at boundaries. I see boundaries, and I just steamroll right over them. Other people's and my own. Anyway, back to the whole YouTube thing. Like, it's hard. It's hard out there. It's hard to get your voice heard. It's hard to get subs. It's hard to find an audience. I'm happy with the audience I have. Would I love for it to get bigger? Yes. Do I want the kind of scenario where, like with Nick, where the chat is so friggin' full that I'm just like, I couldn't ever keep up? No, I don't want that. I really don't. I would love if that happened in my videos. Go ahead, go viral. The videos can go viral. But my live streams, I like to keep them personal. I really do. I love Stuart Smalley. Did you see the movie? No, I didn't see the movie. That thing Winning made. Because of course he did. But yeah, no, Winning made that. And the first time he ran it, I was like, ugh. And he's like, you like it? I was like, yeah, it's great. But you can hear I did not like it. And then one of his streams, he did that as my intro. And the first thing out of my mouth was, you're such a dick. And I didn't mean to say that because, I'm good to him. But I was just so mad that was my intro. I was like, all these people get these sweet intros. I get this shit. Really? I hate it. I'm not going to say it's growing on me, but I've learned to just accept that it's there and everybody enjoys it. Rabbit, you'll grow slowly, but it will last. I hope you're right. I hope you're right, Rabbit. I enjoy being here with you guys. I look forward to it, but I can get very discouraged. Mimsy, it's a privilege to know you. You bring and teach us so much. I just feel like we're just all just friends. That's how I view it. There's different levels of friendship. There's some people that I talk to every single day behind the scenes or, on panel or whatever. And then there's some that I only get to talk to sporadically. It's so funny though. Yeah, I know. Everybody loves that. I know. For the most part, no, Lady Awesome, I do not. You love Stuart. You are one of the reasons I play that damn thing because I know you like it. So it's like, oh, I do it to make you happy. And y'all know it aggravates me because, it's just I begrudgingly play it. You're great just the way you are. We'll be here for you. Oh, Rabbit, you're so sweet. But yeah, no, that's just, I don't know. You guys don't understand. He is just like my religion teacher in high school, Mr. Uriarty. I could not stand this man. So yes, it makes me very uncomfortable. But it is what it is. Part of me, yeah, I appreciate the humor, but the other part is it just reminds me of him so much. And he was such a judgmental fuck. There's that little aggravation from that. That's why I don't like it. I mean, I think it's cute. It's funny, but just knowing that it's so much like him aggravates the fuck out of me. Wolfkinder, his sister calls him in a crisis and his response is, "Can you get a pound cake?" It's a thing I say. I know no one knows what I'm talking about. That's hilarious. Can you get a pound cake? Yeah. That's not advice I'm going to freaking take, because the last thing I need to do is like stuff my face with emotion. Like, I'd rather talk about it. Oh yeah, that's right. It's me that loves it. Yeah, that's you that loves it. You're so funny, Lady Awesome. Rabbit, you have my number. Just reach out if you need me. Oh, you're so sweet. I do. I love you. You lay down, you rest, get better, because we need you. And I'll just be talking about the blues. So, you know, it's nothing that we don't all know about. It's just sometimes people need a little introspection on it. But yeah, the YouTube thing, I've been discouraged. I've been discouraged lately, and it's like once I'm here, I'm fine. But there's so much self-doubt leading up to hitting the live. I'm always like, oh, you know, nobody wants to hear about this. Nobody wants to talk about this. I don't know what to talk about. I don't know what to say. I say, oh, I don't know what to say. It's going to be a short stream. And then 5 hours later, I'm like, oh, shit. It's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Time for us to go, guys. Like, you know, it's like, all right, I've been talking for 5 hours and I don't even know what I said. And that's where Nick has said, I don't know what I said. People are like, oh, come on. No, it's true. We get up here and we just talk ad nauseum, and you don't realize the things that you say. You don't realize what you share with people or how things can be taken out of context. And it's just, I forget most of my streams. I forget what some of my streams were about, let alone the specific things that I said. Somebody be like, oh, well, you said that. Are you really going to be like ass hurt because of one line that I said in a 6-hour friggin' thing? Stop. Like, if you're that sensitive, I'm not the person to listen to. I say that right out the gate. I have never, ever, ever pretended to not be abrasive. If I'm not offending you at some point, then I don't know what to tell you. Then I'm not being me. What I say is going to offend some people because I don't hold back. I say what's important to me. Me. Like, I'm not narcissistic, but I have an ego. You have to do this. You have to have, maybe I don't have great self-worth or self-esteem, but my ego is pretty up there, because you figure you have to have an ego to go on here and expect anybody to listen to you. Anybody at all. You know, and I don't until I get into the groove, and then I remember, all right, this is what you do, bitch. Like, get out there and just be you. That's what they want. You know, Nick used to say, chat doesn't know what they want. That's why they're here. I tend to disagree. You know, my mantra is chat is good, chat is wise, chat knows all. Never turn on chat. That's what Have Fun's problem was. He yelled at chat and they were like, yeah, all right, there's one of you and like 50 of us. Who do you think is going to win this argument? You know, never, ever, ever, ever push chat to turn on you. He did that and he paid the price for it. And I'm glad he's going to continue to pay the price. He's the butt of many jokes. It's just such a multi-layered joke. But yeah, no, like, I appreciate you guys. I do. I think you're here because, yeah, you're looking for something and you find it in different people, in different streams. And I don't think that always has to be consistent. I don't think there has to be I have to go to every single one of this person's shows. You go to where it fulfills a need for you. Sometimes you go to be supportive. You know, I do that all the time. I might not be in the mood to listen to somebody, but I will always click on their stream, click like. Sometimes I'll share it if, you know, it's like something that I think that my group is going to be interested in. sometimes I won't share it just because I don't think about it. Like I forget, or I'm moving on to like, I'll have like 8 different streams that I want to stop in on and do like, and I don't want to just promote other people. I want to be there and enjoy it, and sometimes I'll spend 5 minutes. Sometimes I'll be there 5 hours. It depends. Sometimes I'll join the panel. You never know. I don't join a lot of panels only because I don't get invited to them, but I really enjoy sitting in chat and taking in what other people say. Like, there's a reason why Winning and I are always together. And I do tend to take a lot from his streams, and they spurn ideas for my own stream. Like they spawn ideas for my own stream, and I'll link them to each other. And it's nice because we get to work together, and I bounce ideas off him. He bounces ideas off me. And it's nice to have a collaborator who's in the same area that you're in and has the same type of trajectory. Like they have the same goals that you do. So we don't work at cross purposes ever. We're always backing each other up. And it's nice to have somebody in your corner who gets it, who gets how hard it is to do this, who gets how, I can't always be entertaining. I can't always be, like doing the tap dance. Sometimes I'm going to cry. Sometimes I'm going to get into the grizzle of it all. And it's not always comfortable and it's not always pretty. But sometimes I have to go there. And he does the same thing. And we try to lighten it up, but there's so much that we want to put out there to make the world better. It's not this hippy dippy kind of thing where you're like peace, love, and understanding. No, like I want you to be able to pull back the curtain on your own feelings. He wants you to pull back the curtain on what other people are doing, on outside manipulations. I'm more working on internal manipulations. I'm working on personal manipulations. He's more on a on a global level, where I'm more on a, individualistic level. I tend to say he's the mind and I'm the heart, because that's how we work. And we work well together. He deals with the logic of things. He deals with the facts. He deals with, the true history of things. I deal with seeing things as they really are. I deal with, addressing things not as you see them, but as they are, as you see them, and as other people affect them. So I'm all heart, he's all mind, and together we work really well. And our streams do tend to have a commonality. I'll have to lay down for a little. You better lay down, lady. T-Rex said, I think there's in-between chat shows up for you to be entertaining, and they don't know what they want, but at the same time, don't cross chat as we don't have to show up. There's endless entertainment. Rabbit said, I go where I'm needed when I can. You're always needed and you're always wanted. You don't always have to be like the GOAT mod. I mean, you are the GOAT of all mods, but you could just be there and you add to it. You add flavor, you add this. For me, you add a comfort level that I don't always have. It's just like having an old friend there who's just like, yeah, I've seen it all. I've done it all. You can't shock me. Let's go. You want to go down this road? I'll go with you. Like, you don't hesitate. You're not easily offended. You don't pick sides. And I love that about you. I do. Just like Lady Awesome. Lady Awesome is always like trying to get me in a more positive mindset. She'll listen to everything I have to say and go, I loved what you said. Now, if you would just do this, you need to work on it. She gives me ideas on how to make myself better, how to get stronger so that I can face more of the trauma. I didn't realize that memories can't hurt you. once you delve into them and you really look at them and you rip them apart and you put them out there, they're just words. They're just thoughts. They're not alive anymore. And you drain the power that they had, and it is so freeing. And it is, for me, it was eye-opening, but it was energizing for me because I didn't dwell in that darkness, constantly being pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and bled by these things. I was able to say, all right, I did this, and it can't do anything to me now. It's old, it's dead, it's a memory, it's a thought, it is non-corporeal, it cannot touch me anymore. And that's when I started to heal from it. And it's been a huge change for me. Maybe not outwardly to anybody else, but internally, it has changed so much of how I think of things, how I approach things. But I do still get discouraged. Rabbit's not only a great mod, she throws money around on a bunch of channels. Yeah, she does do that. And she knows that. She's always like, oh, what's your PayPal? I'm like, none of your business. Because that's not what I'm here for. I mean, do I appreciate any donations? I absolutely do. But that's not a requirement for being here. You're not going to get more attention if you send super chats. I know that, like, Nick tends to be like, like he'll go for like the bigger super chats and like read down. I don't care if you send $100 or $1. You're going to get the same attention if you send no dollars. Like, I'll read it out and I'll be super like grateful and everything, but that's not going to get you any favor with me, which is probably why we don't do it a lot. Jude, I have to go. You're a surprise, but prior commitment. I'll watch later if your show is over. Thank you very much, Jude. It's nice having you. I know I always see you on Shizzies and I always say hi to you there. So it's nice to see you over here. Thank you so much for dropping in and for loving it. You said, by the way, love the show. That makes me really happy. Thank you. I do. I really appreciate that. That's very encouraging for me. I like new people. We're always welcome new people. But there's not a sense of, we're not a clique here. You're a natural and relatable to so many. Thank you. Well, it's because I just like to talk. Girl, I could talk about anything. And that, I mean, I got that from working in the gas station. When you work with that many different customers, and trust me, nobody wants to pay for labor in a gas station scenario. You got to learn how to handle people. I have dealt with the rudest people on the planet and the nicest people on the planet. And you just learn, just be you, because you can't change what's going to walk in that door. You just got to be you and just be able to just roll with it. So that's what I try to do that here. I don't like cliques. I don't like you're not cool to, hang out with her. You're not cool enough to hang out. Fuck that. You could be the biggest nerd. I'm a huge nerd. I love Star Wars. I love Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter. Oh my God, like Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, like anything like that. I love it. Marvel, all that. I'm not really like, I'm not a girly girl. Like, I didn't do the whole Disney princess thing growing up. My mother tried. I had like the strawberry shortcake curtains. I had like the Little Orphan Annie, like the bed set with like the frilly sham for the pillow or whatever. She tried her hardest to turn me into a girly girl. That was never going to happen. It just wasn't. I like gardening. I like getting dirt under my fingernails. I like working on cars. I don't mind changing my own tire. I really don't. Do I prefer to watch a man do it? Hell yeah, because yummy. But I am very open about the fact that I like watching men do manly things. You put a good-looking man, I don't care if he's got a dad bod. I don't give a shit. You put a man in a tool belt, and I'm just like, oh, that's my happy place. He doesn't even know how to use. I know how to use the tools. That's cool. I'm good. I can plaster shit. I can fix holes in walls. I've fixed like, good 2-foot hole in my wall. You don't even know it's there. But I learned how to do like the do-it-yourself stuff. I'm good with that. Would I love to be with somebody who knows how to do that stuff? Absolutely, because the less I have to do, the better. But do I have to? If I have to do it, will I? Absolutely. I should be able to, to throw my weight around and like, help out. I just want to see a man in the tool belt. Like there's just something. A man in like just in a flannel shirt with a tool belt with some like jeans with a couple rips in them, maybe some paint stains and some work boots. Oh, good God. Is it hot in here? Holy shit. I mean, that's the ultimate for me. Hey, Puffer, what's up? Ain't no shame in that. I mean, that's just hot. I love watching men look like men. Because I grew up with blue collar. I grew up with hard workers. My poor husband, when we were married, it's so funny. We were in Missouri at my in-laws' house. And he had been working on the Suburban. He was rebuilding the engine, which I was already hot over that. And I had gone back to the house and he was like, I'll be there in a couple minutes. I just want to clean up. And I was like, all right. And because we were outside in the barn doing it, and it was like, it was very airy, whatever. The smell didn't get to me because it was just like general, barn smell. And we went back, I went back to the house, and then he followed like 10, 20 minutes later. And he walked into the bedroom that we were staying in, and I could smell the oil and the grease. And I don't know what happened. He don't know what happened. But I literally ripped this man's clothes off, threw him on the bed, and had my wicked way with him. And I was not going to stop. He was like, what is wrong with you? And I was just like, oh my God, you smell so good. That never happened to me before. But it being in that small area and then smelling just like, I don't know, like the hard work, like the manliness of it. Lord, oh God. He was like, normally you're out of control, but that was like some other level shit. Like, I'm not complaining, but what the fuck, Michelle? And I was just like, oh my God, I could not control my libido. I really couldn't. I was just like, what? Half take. Yeah, that was it. I was on him like a limpet. Like I was just suction cupped onto him. And he just let me do whatever the fuck I wanted. But it's a thing. I enjoy men being men. I don't want you to be soft. Soft, yes, at times, yes. Sweet at times, yes. But do I want to see you do manly things? Oh, fuck yes. Dear God, please be a man. That's what's wrong with the whole world. We've feminized masculinity and we've masculinized femininity. Like we tell girls don't be girls and we tell guys don't be guys. Oh, you got to be, more fluid. Fuck that fluid shit. No. I want my man to be a man. I want you to be able to, get the gun out and go protect me, bitch. Like, that's what I want. I do not want to be the one standing in front of you feeling like I need to protect you. That does not instill feminine feelings in me. That does not get my juices flowing, to put a more colloquial spin on that. But you go all like caveman. Oh, Lord. Whew. Anyway, happy morning to me. Mimsy, I know I love that about you. In real life, I talk to everyone myself. Absolutely. Rabbit said, I don't offer donations for recognition, but I know what it's like to do that without, especially with kids. No, I know you don't, Rabbit, but there are people who do that. And there are people who think that, throwing like big money or whatever is going to get you, like, oh, I'll be his favorite. No, I don't do that. My favorite, winning's my favorite. So anybody else, good luck competing with that. Like, I love you all, but he's my favorite. He's always going to be my favorite because he's always there. I mean, I don't have to wonder do I have to do this to get his support? I put that man through so many tests, Lord, and he passed every one of them. And so it's just, I just trust him. I see what he has to offer, and it aggravates me that other people don't see it. I get offended for him. And like he jokes around and he's just like, yeah, well, we're a package deal. No, we're a package deal. Like if somebody's not nice to him, you're not going to get my loyalty. I can tell you that. And it's more so for him that I'm like that because we're so person to person. But I'm also like that with a couple other people. I mean, I get like that with Nick. When people like talk about Nick, I get very like, why? What the fuck do you think is wrong with Nick? I'll defend him to the T. I know he's wrong half the time. It doesn't matter. I'm very loyal because he's done a lot for me. He's my Chromie homie. Yeah, that's what he is. Gutters Pub. Happy Monday. She said, good M, gorgeous, and chat. Ooh, that was nice. Lady Awesome. I'm like that too, Shell. I think it's got I think it's so got to eyes man doing manual labor like fixing a car. Yeah, I think it's got to do with like all the things that we attribute to like hyper masculinity, like to that real rugged somebody that I could depend on type of masculinity. Like they don't have to know how to fix a car, but they got to be willing to get their hands dirty. Like that's the thing. I can change my own oil. I can change my own tire. Do I want to? No. Yeah. Do I want you to try at least? Yes. Try it. Do it. At least be willing to put the effort forward. Let me see you put the effort. You don't have to be good at it. You don't have to be proficient. You don't have to be a master at it. You just have to try. Don't be like, ooh, I'm not touching it. As soon as you go, ooh, to something, I'm like, nope, I'm done. Like my whole, like, let's just say the flower closes and dies for the winter. Like, no, you want that bitch to bloom. Okay. So if you want a nice flower that's all like ready for you and pretty, put the effort in, damn it. Like, show me how much of a man you are. Like, get your hands dirty. Work up a sweat. I don't even do a pull-up. God, you do a couple push-ups and I'm like, that push-up looks really good. It would make it even better if I was under you. Like, that would be like, that's where that would lead. Everything with me leads to sex. If I'm with somebody that I'm hyper attracted to, they don't have to be gorgeous. They don't have to, they just have to be appealing in the ways I find a man appealing. Like they have to be manly. I need that masculinity. If I wanted to be with some soft, like, oh no, I don't touch things like that, I'd be with another chick. Like that's because we all know I don't have a problem with that either. But that's not what I want at this point in my life. That's not where I'm looking. That's not what makes me feel secure. That's not what gets me hot. Would I do it? Yes. But as a relationship, no. Like for a future, I want that with somebody that makes me feel like I've never felt in my life. Somebody who makes me feel protected. Somebody who takes care of me. I'm not talking about buying me things. That don't mean shit to me. Somebody who shows up and says, hey, I get you're emotional. I'm not going to let you push me away. I'm not going to let you, I'm not talking about feelings or whatever. I'll listen to you, but we're going to get to the bottom of this. And I'm going to tell you, like different things that you could do to fix the problem. That's the thing. I've never been with somebody who knew how to fix problems. That always landed on me. The problem is I tend to be the problem. I have the problems. So I need somebody who can say, okay, calm the fuck down. Don't go looking for shit that isn't there. Because I will, out of boredom. Just because my head doesn't shut up. Because I'm very emotional. Because I have all that past trauma. Whether I dealt with it or not, it still left scars. You know, there's still stuff I deal with, but I need somebody who's going to say, nope, no, I'm not feeding into that. No, we're not going down this road. Yeah, I understand you feel like that, and those are valid feelings and whatever, and I'm glad you talked about it. But this is the reality. Like, this is where we are. I need you to, like, stop feeling for a minute. Think about it with me. Look at it from my point, from my point of view, and let's go from there. That's how to deal with me. Like just brushing off how I feel, that's not how to deal with me. That's a real good way of making me be bitchy as fuck. Yeah, so it's like you will not get a good reaction out of me if you just brush off how I feel. But if you listen and then you say, okay, I get it. They're valid. Validate how I feel. Don't validate the accuracy of it. Just acknowledge the fact that, yeah, you feel that way. I get that you feel that way, and it's okay. But here's where we're actually at. This is where you think we're at. This is what it actually looks like. Like, that's what I need in my life. And I have that a lot more now. And it's extremely, I don't know if there's a word for it. I guess there's a relief. Like I've been able to open the pressure valve and slowly release all that pent up anger and fear and everything else to where I get to the point where I'm like, all right, I can just be. I can just be silent for like hours and not be depressed in that time. It used to be if I got quiet, it was because something was wrong. Now, sometimes I'm just quiet just because I feel peaceful. And I'm just sitting there and I'm savoring that peace. I'm enjoying that peace. And yet there's always that little voice in the back of me going, you're not being entertaining. They're going to lose interest. That's always there because I grew up, always having to be the show. Like I wasn't worth just sitting next to. Like there was no reason to be with me if I was going to be boring. I can never be boring. Don't be boring, Michelle. They said it all the time. Don't be boring. Don't be boring. Don't be boring. It's not always being boring. It's just being still. It's just savoring the time and that space that you're in. And I've learned to appreciate that so much more than I ever did. I mean, I can't even say more. I never experienced that before. That is a very new thing for me. And I spend every day being, very peaceful for certain bits of time. Sometimes it lasts a minute. Sometimes it goes on for hours. But it's something I never had before. And I cherish that peace. It means more to me than anything. And it's done so much to ease all those fears and those insecurities and everything that I had from before. Yes, check out Gutters Pub. Puffer Smile. The men that raised me got their hands dirty. Something about feeling safe and protected. Yeah, it's a turn on. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. I don't need somebody who wants to fight every fucking minute. That's stressful to me. But when there's somebody who's willing to step in front of you when you're afraid and say, listen, you're doing this, I'm not going to allow it. I am putting my foot down. You don't get past me. Girl, that I never had that in my life, ever. And when that happens, I fucking melt. I get like, and part of me is like, there's always that stupid feminist like voice. Morning, nerd. Hello, happy Monday. There's always that little voice that, that feminist voice of all those people that would talk to me before of, you should stand up for yourself. You don't need to be protected. No, I don't need to be protected. I want to be protected. And the fact that I recognized that made a huge difference in my life because I don't want to be the man in the relationship. That's why none of my relationships ever fucking worked out. I went looking for one thing and I wound up with all these like soy bitches that it's like, why do I have to be the dude? Why do I have to make the decisions? Why is everything on my shoulders? What do you do? Oh, well, I'm here for you. What do you want? A fucking medal? You're the one that's benefiting from this relationship. I'm getting nothing. Like, I want it to be mutual. Nobody should be above anybody else. It should be a very complementary relationship where you each help one another. Like, you're strong where they're weak and they're strong where you're weak. And then there's certain parts where you're strong together, and that's where you really make changes in the world. Assimilating way too hard here. Oh my. I mean, that's what I did. I mean, growing up, I was told you have to, earn the living. You have to go to school and have a career. I didn't want any of that. I wanted a family. And I got so far afield of that where I turned around and said, well, you're going to make me do this, but I want this. So I'm going to have them both. And that was extremely hard. And that was like setting myself up for so many different failures. You need somebody. It doesn't have to be somebody who's going to be in your life forever, or somebody who has to be like your one and only, or they don't have to be your spouse or whatever. But you need somebody who's complementary to everything that you are. And it does make life a lot more enjoyable. It makes it easier. It makes it easier to be yourself. It makes it easier to let go of the painful things. Because a lot of the time I was able to lead and to, do everything and make all the decisions because I had that pain and anger fueling me and making me harder. I don't want to be all jagged and like prickly all the time. I don't want to cut everybody every time they reach out to like touch me. I want softer edges. I want that. I want the more feminine things because I am a girly girl sometimes. I just wasn't ever allowed to embrace that part of me. So I basically thought she was just a horrible part of my life and that was a weakness. And I stomped on that bitch. I made sure I was always difficult and I was always angry and aggressive and that's okay. That's part of who I am, but there's so much more to who I am. And it's only now in this stage of my life where I'm actually able to do that. I know who I am, and I'm discovering new things every day. Some I like, some I don't. The ones that I don't like, at least I get to look at them and I deal with them. I acknowledge them. I name them and I go, okay, like this is an area of issue for me. I need to work on this. And that's how we get better. Too many people just say, well, this is how I am. And if you don't like it, fuck you. Yeah, this is how I am. If you don't like it, fuck you. But if I don't like it, I should be able to change it. And I didn't have a way of doing that before. And I do now. And you guys help me in that. You help me get there. And I can't express how much that means to me. How much I appreciate the feedback and the support and the criticism. Like, nobody likes being criticized or, being told that you shouldn't do this or whatever. I really hate it. I don't like being told what to do. I mean, certain scenarios, but for the most part, I don't like when people try to dictate how I speak or like my personality. I am who I am. But there are parts of me that I'm able to lean into more now, and I'm comfortable with it. I don't feel like it's a weakness. I just feel like it's just another aspect of me. I made it back here, just so interesting. Thank you, Jude. I'm glad you think that. Rabbit said, we were equals in our life, but he was always there to care for me through the rough times. Yeah, because wait, I missed one thing that you said, Rabbit. My husband had gentle strength, and there was another one. My husband loved that I was a warrior to protect him. Oh, you're so cute. Puffer said I need an ice pack, Jesus. Well, when you start thinking about all the all the manliness that's out there, I do love a manly man. No, but I know that I can't find where it was, Rabbit. But Rabbit said that, her husband was her strength. Yeah. I mean, you were strong for each other. You had a mate for life. That's who that was. That I believe in soulmates. Do I believe there's only one soulmate out there? No. I believe that there's so many different aspects of your soul that there are people who match perfectly with certain pieces of your soul. They just fit in there like a puzzle piece. If you notice, I'm all about the puzzle pieces in life. I don't know what I've always been very big on puzzles because I'm very detail oriented. I see the little things. I pick up on things. I remember things. Now, not so much, but I still have, an above average memory. I tend to appreciate the smaller things because the big things, that's usually like, that was always agenda driven. The big gestures. There was always a point to them. It's the little things that are not going to win you accolades, are not going to stand out. Those are the things I look for. Those are the things I appreciate more than anything else in life. Because it's the little things that show me who you are inside, not who you want people to see you as. Like the big gestures tended to always be like more for their benefit than for mine. And I want somebody who acts to improve my life the way I work to improve theirs. I don't want somebody who's only thinking about themselves, who's going to say, well, I was planning on this, but since that was my ex-husband's thing. Why did you never buy me flowers? Because you wanted me to. How does that make sense? Why wouldn't you buy them just to make me happy? They didn't have to be roses. I love daisies. I do. I love carnations. I'm very much a wildflower kind of girl. Like, go pick a fucking flower in a field. Just don't bring me bugs. But like, just something, a token. I don't need the big stuff. I just need a sign that you care, that you were thinking about me, when I wasn't there. I want to know that I'm on your mind because for damn real, like, I should have your footprints on my brain because you're running through my mind all goddamn day long. Like, I want to know that I matter to somebody the way they matter to me. I don't want to be a non-issue. I want to be a priority. They're my priority. I want to be their priority. Do I have to be number one? No. Are they going to be my number one? Sometimes. Priorities shift day to day depending on, who needs what. I don't have to be the number one priority, but I have to be up there. I should be in the top 3. I mean, let's face it. The same way they're in my top 3. There's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you're number 1 for the day. Sometimes you're number 3. Sometimes I need a break. Sometimes you need a break. It's okay to be like, you know what? I just need a day to like decompress. It has nothing to do with you. I will miss you. I love you. I need to just be quiet today. I need music today. I need to just watch a friggin' movie by myself because I know you're not going to enjoy it. I don't want to worry that you're not going to enjoy this movie. I want to go enjoy this movie. Like if you don't like musicals and I like musicals, we don't have to watch them together. I'm not going to force you to do something you don't like. The same way you're like, oh, I want to watch this. All right, go do that. Have fun. I'm going to go do this. Well, you don't want to do that with me? Why do I have? I'm not going to enjoy it. So you're not going to enjoy it because I'm not going to enjoy it. And then we just enjoying each other. I would rather you go and do it and be happy. Tell me about it later. It'll give you something to talk about. It'll give you something to share with me. Will I have enjoyed watching it? No, but I'll enjoy listening to how much you enjoyed it. That's how we share that. You know, I don't need to be in your pocket. You don't need to be in my pocket. Does that happen? Yes. Does it have to happen 24/7? No. Are my feelings going to get hurt? No. Are your feelings going to get hurt? I hope not. Like, I would hope that you could have your own interests. You know, yeah, the person is interested in you, but they're not interested in your interests. That's important to me. Puffer said, yeah, the Hear Me Roar Woman Learning has fucked lots of relationships I've had. Yep. Recently, I've been learning the man would like me to let him do the man things. Yes, absolutely. I only said I could go get the dog food from the car. Let me do the man things. Okay, Jesus. No, but it's when you are with somebody, when you're with somebody who's not manly. I don't want to say like, I mean, when you're with one of those soy boys or somebody who's just a little too soft to be manly and you wind up picking up the slack, you can get into that mindset where you just assume you're always going to have to do it. You don't realize that they're capable and willing and prefer to do the heavy lifting because you're so used to doing it. And then you get like, it's almost like an insult when they're like, just let me do it. You're like, what, you don't think I could do it? Because you're so minimized by other people. Like these men that tend to be soy boys, they do tend to be like, oh, you know, well, if you were any kind of woman, you'd have done it yourself. I don't know why you need me to do anything. Are you not good enough? They turn their inability or I guess ineffectuality or like their reluctance or whatever of not doing the man stuff. They turn that on you so they don't have to deal with it. They go, well, why should I do it? Aren't you capable? They make it seem like, okay, don't look at the fact that I can't do it because I don't have the ability. I'm going to make it seem like you have to do it because, you know, how dare you not have the ability? They turn it on you and you get defensive. And it gets to the point where you're just like, oh, I'll just do it myself. You just naturally assume they're not going to do it. And that can really, when you're with a man who does do all that stuff, you're not assuming that they're going to do it. You're assuming you're going to be made to do it. They get insulted. They're like, well, why wouldn't you just ask me to do it? Well, because I could do it. Yeah, you could, but that's not your thing. Like, that's more geared for somebody like me. Why should you do it when I'm fully? Do you not think I'm capable of doing it? What do? Do you turn around and say, it's not you? It's just that in my experience, I've never dealt with men who could do it. Castro! He says, sup, savages? But I mean, that's the way it is. It's so hard when you've been with men who don't protect, don't provide, don't step up, and they're always in their feelings. And, you know, oh, I feel, you know, like, oh, you intimidate me or you emasculate me. How do I emasculate you? I asked you to dump the garbage for a fucking week. You didn't do it. I dumped the garbage and you turned around and said, oh, now you made me feel bad because you went and dumped the garbage. Well, your ass had 7 days to do it and it's garbage. I don't want it in my house. So I had to do it. You know, it's really, really hard. It's hard to get out of that mindset of just not, oh, I'll just do it myself. Because you don't want to be disappointed. You know, you don't want to, it's risky to throw that out there when everybody has let you down. Every other dude has let you down. And you're just like, well, you're just going to be another dude that disappoints me. I'm not even going to try. I'm not going to take the risk. I'm just going to do it myself. I've found that you have to be open about that stuff. You have to say, look, in the past, I've always had to pick this up. I've had to bear the brunt of it. I've had to carry the weight of it. I don't know men who do this. Like, yeah, I grew up seeing men in my family doing it, but I never experienced it in a relationship myself. Give them the opportunity to say, hey, I want to do this. Like this is my job. And it's really good to have that conversation. Say, okay, what do you see yourself as? Like what are the expectations? Don't assume the expectations. You know, expectations are a bad thing to begin with because there's just so much room for disappointment and devastation. But if you go into the conversation and say, look, this is what I want. What are you capable of or willing to give? Like, what do you think your strong points are? How do you see this? We always say what we want. Ask them. Be like, what do you want to be in this relationship? How do you want me to treat you? How do you want me to see you? You know, does it bother you if we talk about feelings? Does it bother you if I am open about this, if I need to do this? Does it bother you if, you know, we're both capable of lifting that box, but you know what? I don't fucking want to. I want you to do it for me because it makes me feel, you know, girly and happy. And, you know, if they know that it's going to make you happy, more than likely, if they're, you know, like somebody for you, they're going to tell you either, well, I think that's dumb, or they're going to say, that would make you happy? Yeah, I can do that. And they know that's their responsibility now. Like they just cop to it and they're like, yeah, I'll do it. And most likely once they know that you're dependent on them to do a certain thing, you know, they'll do it. They want you to be happy. You know, if you're with somebody who's not always of the mindset of, I just want you to be happy, even though they know you can't possibly be happy 24/7, like shit happens and they're willing to deal with it with you. But if you have somebody who just wants you to giggle, wants you to laugh, they want to make you smile, that's somebody worth investing in. That's somebody worth looking further into. If you're with somebody who likes the drama of it and just wants reactions from you, that's not so hot. You know, that's the road that leads to the toxic relationship that will destroy you. You know, some people, they enjoy that because they're punishing themselves. I realized that a lot of my relationships were of my own making because I believed at the time that's what I deserved. You know, it's almost like self-flagellation. Like I went into relationships with people I knew that I wouldn't last with because I wanted somebody like Mr. Right wasn't coming along. So I just had Mr. Right now. That's all I ever had. You know, and it took me opening my mind and saying, you know what, there's other things out there. You got to let people be themselves. I'm not out to change anybody in my life anymore. I don't want to fix anybody. Do I want them to be better? If they want to be better, yes. Do I want them to succeed? Absolutely. Do I want them to be fundamentally different from who they are? No. Not at all. But it takes time and it takes patience and it takes being willing to say, okay, this is something that they do that I'm not completely comfortable with. Why am I not comfortable with it? This person doesn't open up to me the way I open up to them. But they're always there for me when I open up and they're always supportive. So which is more important to you? Somebody who cares about you and shows you in the ways that they can all the time, or somebody who fits the bill of, I'm like this, you have to be like that. I don't want another version of me. I'm not that jazzed with me to begin with. So it's like, I like me, but you know, we have our issues. I would break up with me in a heartbeat because I am a lot. Other people are a lot too, but for some reason, it's not an effort for me when I love them. You know, it's not an effort to love them. It just is. And I roll with that, and that's fine. But for some reason, I don't usually expect that in return. I finally figured out that I don't need somebody who's going to regurgitate my personality back to me. I need something complimentary. I need something that works with me, something that allows me to be me, but not get stuck in a mindset, not get stuck in a depression, not get stuck in a mood. Somebody that I can talk to and just say, hey, this is how I'm feeling. They go, okay. I mean, I don't get why you're feeling like that, but I mean, I understand that's how you feel. We'll work it out, but don't go trying to create like a tempest in a teapot. And that was always my habit. It was always my thing to do the extremism, you know, to get the reaction, to bite back all the time, whether I had to or not. I'm enjoying the calm of life. I didn't have that. I'm enjoying, you know, different quirks. I like discovering other people's idiosyncrasies and not seeing them in a negative way. People are quirky. I love watching all the different things. Like there's people out there that they're not everybody's cup of tea. I like them. You got people like Darth. He rubs a lot of people the wrong way. I tend to enjoy him. I cannot explain it. We've had our issues. I think as long as we stay separate for the most part, like don't have that constant interaction, we're good. Look, there you are. Dark it is. The fuck I do. No, but I enjoy listening sometimes. Like some days I just don't have it in me. Some days I will sit there and I will lurk on his live streams and I'll listen and I get things from that. I do. Speak of the devil, and yeah, every time. His laws of power. Now, do I listen to every single word? No, sometimes I have to speed through them because some days he talks really, really slow and I'm like, dude, yeah. And I gotta I wish there was like a 4x speed. And some days I'm just like, I can't deal and I just focus on the chat. Some days I go in just to, you know, support him and leave a like or whatever. But there are things that I take from that. You know, less is more, like say less, protect your reputation. There are different ways that he talks about them that I take stuff away from that. You know, he might not think that he's doing anything, but like the other day he was talking about, you know, Houdini and mysterious things and to keep a little mystery and whatever. And that actually meant a lot to me because it was like, you know what? I keep saying that the reason why like clothes get smaller is because we feel like we have less of a voice and we bring attention to the flesh rather than the thought. The mystery is gone. So all these women who think they're like, you know, they're flashing this and flashing that and, oh, people are going to listen because I'm doing this. No, you're actually minimizing what you're saying and you're cheapening it. Because there is no mystery. There's no room for imagination. There's no room for somebody else's interpretation because it's bam, right there in front of you, you know, and that's what you're dealing with. I don't care what you're saying at that point because all I'm seeing is ass and tits. Like that's all I'm seeing. That's where my brain is stuck. But, you know, there are benefits to not revealing everything and to not putting everything out there. You know, there's this live streaming thing. Like, y'all, I know that there are people who are like, oh, I could do that. Anybody could do that. And we go, yeah, anybody could do it. No, anybody could try it. That doesn't mean you're going to be successful at it or good at it. I think the people that are good at it are the ones that they're constantly willing to go out there and be like, you know what? Even if I have 8 other people on this panel with me, I am by my fucking self. Like, you have to be able to carry it by yourself, you know, and you can't let anybody see how hard it is, because it takes it away. It does something to taint it. And sometimes it's really, really difficult. I look at some of these creator videos and I'm like, dude, I can't do that. Like, I know that if I tried, yes. Could I do that? Yes, I could. Do I want to do all that work? No, I really don't. I think it would leach all the enjoyment out of it for me. And it would change my voice. It would change how approachable I am. It would make me more technical than personal. You know, so there's different aspects, there's different things. I don't want anybody to think that this is a labor for me, because even though it is, it's a labor of love. I don't want you to feel that. I want you to just enjoy it. Why do you come back? Not because you're like, oh, I'm going to see all this hard work she's doing. No, you're here because you want it to be easy. You want to relax. You want to enjoy it. You want to be a part of it. And it's my job to make that look as easy as possible. You know that there's work that goes into it, but you don't want to feel like there's work that goes into it. And that's what I took from that. Like, you want to believe that I go away and everything's hunky-dory and I have the answers and whatever. You don't want to know what a shit show my personal life is like all the time. You don't want to know every neuroses that I go through, every paranoid thought. That would drive you crazy. As it is, I share way too much of my stream of consciousness, but that's what you've come to expect from me. That's what you're here for. It won't work for other people. You know, just like me editing stuff nonstop, it won't work for me the way it works for other people, because that's not me. I'm authentically me. And from that stream, what I got was, yeah, I'm me, but you don't have to see the gears to know that the clock works. You know, he actually introduced me. He was like, speaking of effortless, hey, Shelly. And I was like, effortless. You know me way too much to know that this shit is not effortless for me. He said, I think that was the right takeaway. Yeah. I mean, but I get that from you. And like I said, you're not everybody's cup of tea. And that's fine. Not everybody has to like you. You and I bump heads sometimes, but for the most part, I think where we're at now is a good place for us. You know, we're friendly. We're still friends, but we're not in each other's pocket. You know, you matter to me, but you're not in my head all the time. Like, I can say, okay, I'm going to take a little break and nobody's going to be offended. Nobody's even going to notice, because it's sporadic now. Like, it's more fleshed out. It's more, you know, like over a larger area of time instead of it being so condensed and constant. And I think that's good with everybody. There are certain people that I am very condensed with, but those are more the complementary personalities instead of the contradictory personalities. Darth and I are really good when we debate one another. Like, when we have a different opinion, oh, we're so good talking to one another. It's wild how many things like we could delve into, because he doesn't do the personal attack when he argues with me, usually. Because if he attacks me, I'm going to attack him. And we both know that boy is badness. Like, we avoid that at all costs. So there's a cordiality now that we didn't have before. More of a respect for space. Nobody should let their personality too close to mine. I bite. Well, I bite too. That's the problem. Well, I'm a shot of like 140 proof bourbon. So definitely not a cup of tea. Listen, You taste some people's cups of tea. There's a lot of alcohol in those. I'm not anti-alcohol. I'm just anti-asshole. Like, don't become an asshole because of the alcohol. Once that line crops up, I'm out. Like, I gotta go. I'll see you when when you back down below the line. I firmly believe I have a limit now. I do. There's a boundary that I will not cross, because that way lies badness for me. And it doesn't do anything for the relationship either, for the friendship. So it's better if I just go, okay, we're approaching that line. I'll see you later. It's much better if I just dip out nicely and cordially and, do my thing. I think it's better for everybody all around. So that's a part of my life that I've improved, knowing that I can't be there 24/7 and deal with every single mood everybody else has. Sometimes I gotta go, you know what? I love you, but you're too much for me right now. I can't. And then just back up a little bit. That's it. I've been sober for a significant number of days consecutive. Oh, I'm so proud of you, Darth. Which I think is making me meaner. No, you just want to say that you're getting meaner because it gives you an excuse to go back and drink and say, oh, I'm back to my court. No, trust me, when you're not drinking, you are so much more pleasant and you make so much more sense. You do. You actually have a lot better, like most of your discussions, not even just like, I'm not even just talking like live panels or whatever. The way you approach things is so much better when you're not inebriated. It's making me meaner because I'm spending time processing my emotional depth, and that's good for you. But I don't think you're ever as mean when you're sober as you are when you're drunk, because you have a lot of heart, Darth. I know a lot of people don't, they like be like, pfft, but you do. I've seen your heart. It's just when you go to the vicious side, it's terrifying. I don't like that part of you. But I was married to that type of thing. So I see when it's even like opening its eyes to like, peep at you. You have a lot to say. You have a lot to work through. And I think with your set of people who are very, very loyal to you, I think it's a good thing. I think you're doing it in the time that you need to do it. Maybe you weren't ready before. Maybe you're ready now. You and I, we've had our ups and downs. You've hurt me. I've hurt you. We've both said and done things that we shouldn't have. And now we're at this place. I have a lot of respect for you, whether you believe it or not. That's one of the reasons why I was always able to de-escalate you, because I wasn't sitting there saying, oh, why are you doing it? You're an idiot. You're this, you're that. I would literally sit there and go, Darth, why? Like, why are you doing this? Like, just explain to me, what is going on with you? And I would just watch you just deflate, because I'm not going to feed that fire that you're using to keep going. You don't need that all the time. You have a darkness. That's fine. We all do. But you just got to feed that other part of you too. You don't have to be, like I said, like I've been my whole life. You don't have to be all hard edges. You don't have to be, knives out all the time, because that's not going to help you. That's just going to keep people away from you, and it's going to keep you from the one thing that you really want, which is somebody to just appreciate you for you. I do appreciate you. I always have, but it gets very difficult to do when I'm constantly, trying to ward off the attack. And it just got to be way too much. And it got to be very, very traumatic. And I think now we're in a place where we don't have that. That animosity is not there anymore. You know, that the outside forces aren't at work because we're like, fuck everybody. Like, we'll do what we want to do. You know, you're over there, I'm over here, but there's still that, you know, like we wave to each other and talk over the fence now. And that's good. We're good neighbors. You know, we've learned our boundary lines. And I'm happy with that. I am. I don't think you're a bad person. I really don't. I think you're a very good person who doesn't allow himself to show that to the world. But when you're sober, I think it's a lot easier for people to see. Judge Maddie, the more Dart tries to act tough, the more he reveals what a big fuzzball he is. It's adorbs. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a big mush. The more he bites at you, that means the closer to the truth and the soft bits you're getting. I know, because I'm the same way. So two people who are like that, that's not good to unleash them at one another. It's just not. Jacob Castro, embrace the shadow. It's a matter of controlling the dragon. If you can't be a monster, you're not peaceful. You're harmless. None of us are toothless. Trust me, especially me and Darth. We are not toothless. But the problem is we snap our fangs at everybody the minute we feel even slightly defensive. And let's face it, everything makes us defensive. I've gotten better, but there's still that knee-jerk reaction where I instantly want to fight back. And it's just, yes, we are, Wilson. Yes, we are. Rabbit said, Darth Hideous has a good heart and is a sweet person. He is. He is. And he can be a tremendous friend. But when you have, you know, other forces at work, sometimes it's not meant to be that way. And you gotta recognize that and go, okay, there are certain, you know, forces in this world that do not want us to have this type of relationship. So we just gotta, you know, we gotta find what works. And I think we have now. I do. If no step on Sneck is a thing, then tread lightly with the dragon's tail. There's a whole lot of hyperbole and like metaphors and similes and everything and platitudes going on today. We are like hip deep in sayings. It's hilarious. I love the visualizations I'm getting. Rabbit, he's always been good to me. Well, he adores you, Rabbit. There are certain people like that he will never fuck with. Like just Dawn, Mama Dawn. He's the only one allowed to call her that, even though I do it every once in a while. And Libby yells at me. Dawn never yells at me, but Libby will yell at me. But like, I love them as a couple. I love them individually. He adores her. Adores her. I don't think she could ever do wrong in his eyes. There's just certain people that, yeah, he puts them on that little, they're in that little do not fuck with box. I was never in that box. I'm in the fuck with her, it's fun box because I used to fuck with him back. So, I mean, you just, you know, I moved boxes now. I think I'm in the, you know, like, okay, she's there. Yeah, it's like probationary. But, you know, it's nice. I like where we're at. I do. But, you know, I want to be very clear. I know a lot of people don't like him. I do. Nobody else has to like him. You know, do I want to be like best friends? No. I have my best friend. I have something that works perfectly for me right now. You know, that's what I want. That's where most of my energy goes. But do I ever want to be enemies with Dark? No. No. Do I want to block him out completely? No. I enjoy the little things. You don't like you, but that's why you have the rest of us, because we all like you to different degrees. I think you're a good person. I think you're a good person with a lot of undealt with trauma. I think that there's that little boy that wants somebody to just be nice to him, but you expect to get hit from everybody. So you're that tough little boy. And you don't have to be. And someday, you'll get there. And if you don't, that's fine. You're fine the way you are. I like you. So, I mean, that's going back to the YouTube thing. Darth and I have done many shows at the same time and never felt like we were stepping on one another. He has his audience. I have mine. Do we share audience members? Absolutely we do. Because we have like the same friends. Like we know a lot of the same people. Do I expect them to always come to my show and not to his? No. Do I expect them to go to his show and forget me? No. Because they tend to be really good about splitting their time. The same way we are. I don't watch his lives when they're live usually, because usually I'm live at the same time, or I'm trying to decompress from my own live. Will I go back and listen to it? Absolutely. And some of the things I'm like, oh, I'm not that into this one. And I'll just skip through it. Like I'll literally 10 seconds ahead through the whole thing. So I get the gist of what was said, but I'm not like into it. And then there's like the one that he just did with the Houdini thing. I don't know if it was because my dad loved Houdini and it sparked something, but it was the whole show. I was really, really into it. I was really into it and I really enjoyed it and I took it in and I was there for the whole thing. And most of it was live. I mean, I had to go back and listen to the beginning later. I don't like going to the beginning and then trying to catch up because then I feel like I'm never caught up. I'll just jump in and then I'm like, yeah, I jumped in at this point. I'll go back and listen to the beginning later. And I do. But I don't always talk in his chat because he does have people who maybe might not like me being there. He knows I'm there usually. I don't know how he always knows when I am there, but like he'll say something and I'll throw something out. Did I see Jimmy stream on Saturday morning? I did not. I don't get a lot of notifications for like the people that I have notify all on. It's like I get notifications for like 6 different people and that's about it. And it's like, what the hell? I rock with pretty much everybody here. There may be a couple of lurkers who got beef but won't come to the barbecue. I throw my hat in the ring every once in a while. I really have to sleep, so gotta go. Rabbit, you sleep well, please. Have sweet dreams and rest up. Get better, babe. No, I didn't see his stream. I'll have to look for. Wait, I'm gonna make a note. See, that's the thing. If I don't make notes now, you said it was Saturday's stream. It's for me Saturday morning stream. I'll look for that. Had to put down my. Aw, it was beautiful. Jimmy did a memorial drawing. I was, oh, I'm so sorry about your cat. Boy, there's like a lot of the cats. I'm getting very like when it comes to pets right now. I'm sorry, Darth. Aw. Oh, may Clover rest in peace and go chasing mice and whatever, or sit in the sun in heaven. I'll make sure to check that out. Yeah, right now Winning's going through that with his cat. One of his little, like his 4-year-old or 3 or 4-year-old cat just won't eat, won't drink. So he's very worried about that. So we spend a lot of time like, try this, do that. That's terrible because we get so attached to them, especially like guys who aren't really great at opening themselves up and being soft with other people. I love to see it with their animals, with their pets. That's actually like how I judge people on how they treat their pets. That's how I judge people. Like if you're good to your pets, I think you're a good person. If you're not, like I will never understand people that are like, yeah, We had a litter of kittens. I drowned them. Oh my God, I will never speak to you. I'll think you're a horrible, heartless person. I think how people treat animals, not just theirs, just animals in general, that says a lot about them to me. So I know how much that can really affect you. I'm sorry, Darth. It's never easy losing a pet. I've actually cried more over losing animals than I have over people. That says something about me, don't it? But I think animals are pure. Yeah, don't tell me that. No, no. My great grandfather used to do that with the bag of kittens. No, and I was like, don't tell me. Like, I don't want to think that way about him. But I mean, it was a different mindset back then. It was the depression. He was like, I have no fucking food to feed my family. I can't worry about this. I mean, I know things have to happen sometimes, but I just don't want to hear about them because it really breaks my heart. You could tell me that you like, oh, I got into this fight and I stabbed this bitch between the ribs, and I'd be like, oh my God, really? If you tell me like you like did anything to a cat or a dog or a rabbit or a bird, I get like, oh, you monster! Like I will hate you. It's so weird. Mimsy, it ripped my heart out when I lost my baby a few years ago. It's so hard. My condolences. Absolutely. Animals don't have the capacity for deception. Absolutely. That's absolutely right. Lies are an exclusively human feature. Agendas are a human feature. Like manipulation, that's a human feature. Animals don't manipulate you. They are very like, hey, you said treat. Look at how happy that makes me. I will lick your whole face if you give me treats. They're very open about it. You're like, you want a treat? Give me a kiss. You know, you tell them, give me a kiss. It's very transactional, very open. They have an agenda. No, they want love, they want food, and they want comfort. That's it. They don't manipulate. Not in that negative way. You know, they know how to push your buttons. I mean, there's a reason that my cat walks over to the bitch button when she wants something and keeps hitting bitch, because she knows it's going to get my attention. And she also knows that it amuses the shit out of me. I'm like, really? Really? You realize, like, I feed you, right? And she's just like, whatever. And you could say whatever you want. Bitch. And Clover was 13. Aw. Yeah. It's just, lost my cat after 26 years. It still hurts. Oh, my God. I never had one last that long. I had Kitu that was 21 years old. Yeah, and I always have rescues. There's rescues or my mother's, you know, I had the cats from my mother's litter. And she was like, what am I going to do with these cats? I was like, I'll take them. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Darth, but I will check out Jimmy's thing. Anyway, not to get like too off course, but I mean, that's one of the wonderful things about YouTube. Again, there's so many voices out there. So many different places you could go for whatever you need. So I don't take it personally, but it can get discouraging when people develop like cliques and stuff and they keep you on the outside. And you're just like, all right, because I don't run my shit like that. I just don't. Like, I just stay by myself. Like, if you want to take part in something, hit me up. You know, do I want everybody to like jump in when I have something that I'm willing, you know, trying to do? No. And I'll tell you, this is my solo thing right here because I need to stay on track. You know, if you want to put in, get in the chat and we'll interact from there. But I don't want somebody next to me talking over what I'm saying. I don't want to have to entertain somebody else on panel sometimes when I'm talking about something because it's important to me and I'm trying to get my stuff out. That's personal for me. So I don't always like having a panel. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I tend to get lost in a panel. I do. A lot of times people are like, oh, you know, you were real quiet. I had nothing to add. Like they invited me on, but that wasn't exactly like my area, or it's not my channel. I didn't want to take over. So I have a hard time adjusting my involvement. So I just tend to avoid it. I'm like, fuck it. But it does limit my visibility. It does. It does limit my growth because I'm not out there like, being exposed to like, everybody, or having everybody be exposed to me. She was a rescue. She had health issues like half her life. Oh, they all do. We all do. Jesus. If health issues were like, a reason to check out on people, I'd have nobody in my life. They know you're their provider and will protect them. Yeah, and they protect me. You know how many times I've stopped breathing in my sleep and my cat smacks me in the face? She's like, bitch, breathe. And I'm like, what? What happened? And she just looks at me like, like I'm here. She'll lay on my chest on the nights that I really have a hard time breathing. And you would think laying on my chest would be a bad thing. No, she lays on my chest and she constantly touches my face to like make sure that I startle awake again. And she keeps me going. She does. And I know she does it because I've caught her doing it so many times. And then she's like, oh, and she gives me that look like, oh no, I'm too good for this. Like, you're lucky I even like looked at you. It's funny how proud she is. Dad said, but I think she actually symbolized a lot greater loss because we all reach that point in our life where we start to lose more than we gain. And this one really hit hard for me. I'm just so sick of losing everything. And, we get that. We do. We're at that stage. Wait another 10 years. I hate when the phone rings or when I get a text message from somebody that I haven't talked to in a while because I'm like, oh, this can't be good. I automatically think they're going to tell me somebody died or somebody's dying or we need to go to the hospital or we need to do this or we need to do that. And I'm just like, when did we all get old? Like, because I don't feel old. I don't feel like I'm going to be 50. On a good day, I feel about 16. Like that's my mindset. Like I'm just like, yeah, let's go. But my body's like, no, bitch, you're going to be 50. Like, I don't care how mentally young you feel. Physically, your ass has aged, and that's a hard pill to swallow because my image of myself in my head isn't always aged. I'll take a picture and be like, oh no, I still look, about this age, whatever. But then sometimes like I'll have a hard day and I'll catch a look in the reflective surface and I'm like, damn, I feel old today because I look old today. I look older when I feel older, and I know that. So I try to pay attention to that. But yeah, no, this is a time where you begin to lose more than you gain. If that's the way you choose to look at it. Maybe now it's a way of saying appreciate what you do have because everything's temporary. You don't know how long you're going to have something. So don't get hung up on the petty bullshit. Concentrate on what matters. Don't let little fights become big fights. Don't make everything an issue. T-Rex said, my St. Bernard is 14. It's going to be devastating when she passes, but it's bound to happen sooner or later at this point. Yeah, see, you're still young and in that mindset of, oh, it's a part of life. When you get to like the part of life where you lose everything all the time and you're constantly having to, to reinvent yourself, to restart, to start relationships with new people. The older you get, the longer your history, the more you have to tell somebody new. And it gets very daunting. It gets very daunting because you're like, well, there's so much. Like, I don't want to rehash everything. I can't tell you why I do the things I do because it would take too long. So you tend to isolate a lot more because it's a lot of effort getting to know new people. I used to meet new people all the time and I'd be like, oh yeah, I got like 30, 40, 50 friends. I make friends very easily. I do. My ex-husband hated it because he couldn't. But now I'm at the point where I don't want to have multitudes of friends. I want those couple people that know me, that I know that they're going to go through life with me. They're not going to change it up on me. They're not going to surprise me with a whole new personality or some, deep betrayal out of nowhere. I want people that I can count on, who know that they can count on me. It's got to be, again, toward my peace of mind. That is what is most important to me. Security and peace of mind. I don't need the constant excitement. I don't need drama the way I enjoy drama in my 20s. That's all I look at people who do that and I'm like, God, you're exhausting. Because that's all it is now. It's just exhausting. Is it fun sometimes? Yeah, sure. I get petty with the best of them. But as a constant fucking thing, no. God said, well, if you were looking to be encouraging, Michelle, you missed. Okay, well, you roundabout it and hit your point then. No, but I mean, it does get difficult where you get to that point where you're like, I feel like I'm losing everything. But there is appreciation to be had. There is good to be found in everything negative. It's just you have to be willing to search for it. It's not always easy. Sometimes it's corny as fuck, but it'll get you through it. And that it means a lot to me I don't know, I embrace the corniness of life. But I'm also at that point in my life where I don't lie to people about how I feel about them. I don't worry about if I tell you how I feel about you, you're going to have this power over me. No, you don't. I still have that power. Ellie Fun, happy Monday. I think that when you feel things for people, good things for people, you should tell them. It doesn't matter if they're going to reciprocate. Would it be nice? Yeah, it'd be great. But that's not necessary for me to constantly reassure you of how I feel. Because I've done the thing where I've withheld and I've regretted it. Oh my God, we're talking about feelings. We're talking about all sorts of stuff. We're going to get to the main thing, which is the blues. This is one of those things that leads to the blues. All right. So I just want to say a couple more things about what's been going on. I really enjoyed the whole alien aspect of that Miami shit because it was hysterical to me. Because you could tell it was a person. And they're saying 10-foot tall alien as a distraction from everything else going on. Nobody addressed the fact that all those cops were there because you had a group of 20 to 30 people stomping on one. Nobody addressed that. Nobody thought that was something that was newsworthy. They briefly showed it in a clip. They were worried about the 10-foot monster that nobody could see. All right. Fuck you and your 10-foot monster. You took an aerial photo that was fuzzy as shit at night with all the cop car lights going and said, oh, they're saying that's a 10-foot alien. No, it was right in front of a dozen cop cars. I want to see the footage from every one of those dash cams because they were running. They're always running. So show me all that damn dash cam footage. Somebody got closer footage. That was a person. I don't want to hear it. But it was a distraction and it made me giggle. When we aren't talking about films, I'm pretty sure when aren't we talking about films? I'm pretty sure that's what this show is about. Now, I mean, we delve into other things, but I don't want to talk about politics, in the morning. I don't want to talk about war. I want to talk about us. Like I said, it's Elvis's birthday. Happy birthday, Elvis. You changed my life with your music many, many times. It can change my mood. It's part of what the whole blues thing is about. What are the blues? It's not being severely depressed when you're sad or blue. It's just it's a malaise. It's that whole, I want to be here, but I don't want to be here. Like, I'm not depressed, but I'm not happy. You're just kind of like meh. Like when you get the blues, you're just not really into anything. You know, you're an Elvis cousin. Ooh. Oh, thank you very much. I love Elvis. I do. Not as much as my mother loved Elvis. She was obsessed. But no, I did grow up on Elvis and I did love it. Mere afuera? Afuera. What happened? But I thought we were talking politics. We're not talking politics. God, there's so much to delve into politic wise. I can't. Like, I don't. Mm-mm. But no, we were talking about like the blues. And the thing is, like, people don't realize sadness has a function. You know, you don't become sad for no reason. And it's not, I did miss the joke, it went right over my head. Sadness allows you to slow down and process really difficult emotions and situations. You don't realize that that's what it's doing, but that's what it actually allows you to block out the distractions that would normally happen that keep you from attacking that issue. So when you get sad, something is predominantly on your mind that's making you that way. And the sadness actually gives you the ability to slow down, focus, tear it apart, and process it. And then you can move on from that. Like, cause of the blues, you could have anything can cause the blues. Like, you could have lack of sleep that messes with your brain function. It messes with your perception. You could have, you know, change in schedules. Like right now, like post-holiday, a lot of people feel the blues because the kids were home and on break and they had different bedtimes and everybody was together and it was a change of routine. Then they go back to school and you have to go back to the grind and you have to go back to the set schedule. And so it's not as, you know, like avant-garde. Like it's not as, you know, like up in the air and, you know, like there's not a lot of room for spontaneity. There's a Licky Lee song, sadness is a blessing. Sometimes it is. I do believe it is. I mean, I believe it's part of your emotional process. You know, you can't always be up. Sometimes you need low energy so that you can focus the rest of your energy on that thing. And you don't even realize that you're doing it sometimes. A lot of people right now are going to be recovering financially from the holidays. Maybe they overspent or things were a little more expensive than they thought. And now they have to go back to like building up their savings again or going back on a budget or like not having such intricate meals or whatever, like going back to more of a simple diet or whatever. That's a big change that can cause people to have the blues because they're like, oh, I got to go through this again. It was so much more fun the other way, but now I have to deal with the fallout. So you get like down about it. Like one of the things is feeling loss and increased grief. You do tend to reflect on the people that were important to you that you don't have anymore, or that maybe you might not have in the near future. That can make you very blue. It can bring you down a lot. And it's very hard to deal with loss like that, especially when you see people on social media and all around you being happy and you're just like, why can't I have that? You can. It's just you don't have it in this moment. And it's okay to take a little time and say, you know what? I'm going to feel the way I feel for now, but then I'm going to do something to change it. I'm not going to languish here. I was very depressed on Christmas, very depressed to the point where like Winning was concerned. Like he was like, please laugh. Like, come on, just like talk to me. Just laugh. I couldn't. I had nothing. I didn't realize that I was sick. I didn't realize that I was, hormonal because, you know, God has a sense of humor. So he's like, let's give her COVID and airflow for like a full fucking week. Why not? Let's do that to her. So I was all fucked up chemically, like in my body. And I was in all different places and I just shut down. That was beyond the blues. I didn't have the blues. I shut down. You know, and he had to pull me out little by little. And I was able to, you know, go, all right, I can't keep doing this. Like I need to talk. I need to interact. I need to change my mood. What's going to change my mood? Ellie said vitamins, sleep, diet, exercise, lack of sunshine will affect moods. Yes, it will. That's again on my list. Cabin fever begins in this season because the weather turns very grayish in many areas. That whole lack of color can make you feel like that inside. You internalize that. You know, you don't see things growing. There's no new life. Everything's dying around you. It's becoming barren. It's just blank, and like the leaves fall off, and now they're not even pretty colors. They're just gone. They've decayed and blown away. Like it can be very depressing. I need coffee and a morning constitutional. There you go. But that's one of the things. Like everything turns gray, so does your mood. You know, so what do? You got to get yourself out of that. Find beauty somewhere. Beautiful things always tend to make me feel better. But I find beauty in very strange places. I will hyper focus on a bird in a tree. And I will see just all the beauty that's right there. I will find like, I have this thing about like little vortexes. Like, you know that they made those little, there's a little teeny tiny, like 1 foot tall little tornadoes. They're so cute. I love when I see those because they fascinate me. And I don't know what it is. It's almost like it's a little Tasmanian devil without the devil. Like it's just this little whirlwind. And it amuses me to no end. And it can perk me up in ways other things can't. Because it fascinates me. It engages a different part of my mind. And that's one way to do that. But another thing that makes you, you know, like can bring you down, you can have negative thinking. Being negative could just be a habit that you're comfortable with and you're not comfortable stepping outside of that. Having a moderate to severe back injury helps keep you inside too. Yeah, it does. Just like when you have like swollen ass legs, people are like, oh, your legs are swollen. Just take a water pill. Yeah, they're not that kind of swollen. Like I walk, but I can't walk far, you know, and it's exhausting. And every day I try to push myself a little more, but there's some days I just don't have it at all where I backslide. And I'm like, I had to sleep 18 hours today because I could not stay conscious. Ellie said, fine. I'm in a mood this morning, stressed, nervous, annoyed. Between crap going on within my family and interaction with someone recently and something that happened yesterday. Oh, honey. Well, this is the place to come and feel everything. And that's what we've been talking about. We've been talking about relationships with other people, how they affect us. Some other reasons real quick, just to go over for feeling blue. Hormonal changes, disappointments, feeling overwhelmed. You know, lack of support from people that you expect it from. You know, if you change a job, if you're sick, you have relationship issues, you have differences of opinions with people who will not engage in a positive way. Somebody who wants to get under your skin and wants to aggravate you because that makes them feel fucking better. You know, you have to deal with people out there who are like that. Maybe you're like that and you're trying to get under somebody's skin and you can't. And that's aggravating. You know, it just depends on, you know, how you're looking at it. People who have their needs not being met or unfulfilled expectations. My advice, don't have expectations. And if you have a need that's not being met and one person, you want them to meet that need, Tell them, because they cannot read your mind. You know, like if I need something, I have to say it. It's a risk. I might not get that need met and I might feel stupid for saying it. But what's the purpose of me not saying it? You know, I'd rather take the risk and gamble on the fact that this person cares about me and they're going to try to meet this need than to not take the risk and just have no opportunity for that to be met. Because then I'm shortchanging myself. Ineffectual people, ineffectualness of yourself. If you feel like you should be at a certain place in your life and you're not, that can cause a very sudden spike in sadness. And a lot of people, they dwell there. And I've done that. I've shut down because I'm like, I should be at this point. Who's to say that I should be at that point in my life? Just, I wanted to be at that point. It wasn't meant to be. You know, either it wasn't meant to be or I fucked it up and I have to own up to that and go, all right, well, let's start over. Well, let's continue to try to get to that place. I think setting smaller, achievable goals has helped me in bolstering that positivity that I always pushed down. Because it was never as big as my negativity. Like, I'm great and positive for other people. For me, not so much. I'm very hard on myself. And I tend to think we all tend to be. We're a lot harder on ourselves. We judge ourselves harder than anybody else out there. Why? Because, you know, it's almost like, let me be harsh on myself before somebody else is harsh on me. You know, you want to beat them to the punch. Like, if somebody's going to put me down, it's going to be me on my terms. Yeah, I understand that mentality and I've been there, but it still doesn't work. Like, it's not good. So we try to like move outside of that. And you could be affected by what's going on, like world conflict, wars, politics, this constant barrage of nonstop horrible shit happening and nothing getting better. If you can't make the outside world be better, make the inside world be better. You know, find the things that keep you going. You know, worry about the world, try to be a positive change in the world, but don't let it drag you down. Don't let it do to you what it wants to do to you. That's their agenda, is to push you down and keep you there. Don't let them. The blues, how do we alleviate the blues? Like, a lot of people turn to like drugs, they turn to alcohol, whatever. Does it really help? No, it just numbs you. You're still blue, you just don't feel it. And now you're going to make other people blue because you're in that space. What else? Sick pets, that's on my list. Activity levels, the fact that we're stuck inside. Toxic people, so many toxic people. What did I want to say? Like, different ways that I found to beat the blues, like get a little bit of fresh air, move around. Even if I put music on that's just going to make me, if my legs are really bad and I'm in a lot of pain, I will put on something like Footloose. And I will bounce in my recliner chair or whatever, since I can't stand on my legs, you know, because they're in pain. I will bounce in my chair. But as soon as I can get up, I will get up and shake I don't care who walks in the room. I don't care what it looks like. I will do what makes me feel better. I will be goofy. I'll be silly. I will joke. I will be extremely perverted, like, you know, extremely vulgar. Whatever it takes to get a laugh out of somebody that's going to cause like a chain reaction or a reciprocal kind of thing. Because if you're laughing, usually I'm laughing. I love to laugh. Like, things, I will go back in my memory bank to things that really made me laugh. And I'll think about them just to make me laugh. Things that set me off on like 15-minute giggle fests where I cannot stop fucking laughing. And I'll go back to that and I'll think of it. Or I'll put on some stand-up comedy. I stay away from any kind of like emotional stuff, anything like that. I avoid chick flicks like the plague. I hate chick flicks because they're a lie, number one. And number two, they are literally going to throw me into a deeper depression because they always work out in the end, and life ain't like that. You can't wrap that shit up in 2 hours. Like, it's not going to happen. I am very positive, but yet I am very realistic. I am a very pragmatic person. I understand things can happen, but they won't. The likelihood of them happening is not high. So I don't put all my eggs in that basket. I don't put my hopes on that. I look around to see, all right, what is going to make me feel better? And that's what I go for. It doesn't have to be a lifelong thing that I'm looking at. It's just something to make me feel better for 10 minutes so that I just break that rut. I get out of that rut. I do tend to be corny. I love corny shit. I love dad jokes. Oh my God, how I love dad jokes. I told you one of my favorite, one of my favorite jokes. It's the dumbest joke ever. What was the dirtiest thing ever said on national television? Gee, Ward, you were awful hard on the beaver last night. That to me is hilarious. It's so stupid, but it makes me laugh and it instantly cheers me up because it's just so stupid. But I mean, that's what I do for me. You got to find what works for you. Engaging with other people, being of service to someone else might do that for some people. It helps me to come here and think that there are people out there who are lonely and just want to hear somebody talk to them. And that's what I'm doing. You thought you were the only one commenting? Yeah, YouTube is weird. I don't know what, it constantly disconnects me from chat. I'm always refreshing. It's really upsetting. They're doing something weird to the system lately. What else? Some people find their happiness in food, preparing food, eating food, delivering food. I love to feed people. I swear to God, I love to feed people. That's just what I do. I'm like, oh, you hungry? You hungry? You hungry? I want people to eat. I want to see them enjoy something that I put my effort into. Because I believe you can put your emotions into food. When I make stuff for people, I don't make it because if I feel like I'm obligated to make it, I won't make it. I make food for people because I want to nourish them. I want them comforted. I want to feed their soul. If I can't feed their soul, I'm going to feed their body. And I just want them to enjoy it. I want them to be like, oh, I'm not hungry. Oh shit, this is really good. Them saying it's really good doesn't make me feel better because, oh, I did such a good job. I feel better because they're enjoying it so much. That's the part I look for. What else? Talk it out, purge it. I mean, that's what I do. You guys know that I come here to get myself out of ruts, to get myself out of the blues. I can come here and be like, and by the end, I'm like, why are we all we're crying, but we're laughing? And that's a good thing for me. That's what I look for all the time. I can't always be positive, but there's one of you at least in chat who is always going to come at me with positive shit. And you feed that positivity and it does. I hold on to it. And it grows, and it's just that small little light in the dark that I needed. And I can't always supply that myself, but somebody here is always going to. What else? Being grateful. Being grateful is huge for me. I appreciate so much more than I ever did before. I always think that I don't seem grateful enough because it's very hard for me to show appreciation outwardly, no matter how deeply I feel it, because I'm not practiced at it. I'm not used to getting good things. So I'm not used to showing that gratefulness because I haven't had a lot of things in life to be grateful to other people for. Usually, if I had something, it's because I provided it. Nobody else was providing that. I was providing it to myself and to them. So gratefulness wasn't something that I would show because there was no need for it. Now I get a lot more from other people that I am grateful for, and I'm practicing showing that gratefulness, showing the appreciation. I don't want anybody to think that I don't appreciate every single voice that's in my chat, every single ear that's out there listening. You know, I do. I appreciate them all because it keeps me going. It tells me you're not by yourself. You're not doing this for no reason. You know, there's a purpose to what you're doing. I have a purpose in life. As minuscule as some people may want it to seem, to me, it's everything. It's everything. If I make one person smile or laugh today when they didn't think they could, I feel like the king of the world. Address avoidant and anxiety inducing circumstances such as people, jobs, tasks, expectations. This is a huge thing that causes me to have the blues. When I'm feeling overwhelmed or I'm feeling avoidant or something has my anxiety up, I will literally let it drive me insane. And that was like in the past, it would drag me down and I would shut down completely. I don't do that anymore. Now I tend to take it and like I'll share it with somebody and go, I don't know what to do. It's too much. Where do I start? What can I do? And I break it down. They help me break it down and it becomes manageable. It becomes something that I can do. I can be effectual. I can be on top of it and not be overwhelmed by it. So, I mean, there's that. And then there's knowing your own worth without needing outside validation. Some days I get real blue because I'm like, oh, you know, my numbers haven't gone up. That's me needing to be validated from something outside of myself. And then I shake myself and I'm like, listen, bitch, it doesn't matter what the numbers are. The numbers are crap. They don't mean anything. They really don't. They're not representative of your worth. What you think you bring to the table, what you think about yourself, that's what matters. It's very hard for me to concentrate on stuff like that, but I do. I tend to go in that direction more and more now. So, I mean, I think that's something that people can work on is, you know, hype yourself up, promote yourself to yourself rather than looking for somebody else to give you that pat on the back. It's perfectly fine to give yourself a pat on the back when you need it. You know, if you're having a hard day, you don't have to tell everybody about your hard day and then have somebody be like, oh, I'm so glad you got through it. Good for you. You don't need that. You know you're going through a hard day. Once you've been through it, be like, wow, you know, today fucking sucked. Made it through, though. Good for me. Good for me. You know, don't dwell on the things you didn't do. Focus on the things you did do. You know, maybe you didn't do a goddamn thing all day, but you survived it. That's not something that should be taken lightly. Don't take it for granted because a lot of people don't survive it. Yeah, I got it scrolling on the bottom. You know, please reach out and talk to somebody if you need help. You don't have to be alone. And I mean that. Reach out to anybody. It doesn't have to be me. Hell, it doesn't have to be another person. You can just sit there and just talk. Talk to yourself. Talk to an audience. Talk to whatever. But just get it out and like, don't internalize everything because you make it worse. We overthink, we overfeel, we over like analyze. Sometimes you just got to say, you know what? Maybe I didn't do the things that I wanted to do today, But it was a really hard day for me. And I made it through. And I'm going to be okay. I am. I am going to be okay. Tomorrow's a new day. I am not carrying this shit in with me, for tomorrow. The same way I don't like going to bed angry. I don't like going to bed with misunderstandings. I want shit settled. I don't like having anything undone, or unaddressed, I should say. It doesn't have to be fixed in that moment, but you have to take steps toward a solution. You have to get into it. Just leaving it blank in your head where it's just going to, germinate and fester and become toxic, that's horrible. Get it out, get it done with. Will it hurt? Yes. Do it like a fucking Band-Aid. Just rip that shit off, deal with it. And don't let it overcome everything that you've ever done. Don't ever look for a permanent solution to a temporary problem, a temporary mood. I've done that. I've swallowed all the pills. I drank all the alcohol. I took all the drugs. I very, very, very enthusiastically ran headlong toward a death wish for decades. And I don't want that anymore because I got so many chances and I took them for granted. And this last time wasn't my choice. And I realized, okay, it's not just me in charge of whether I'm here or not. Shit happens. I don't want something else to decide whether I get to be here or not. So I'm going to fight my ass off to be here. I will do what I need to do to be here. Is it hard? Yes. Some days I really want to give up. Some days I am so low. But I'm not willing to walk away from everything that I have in my life just because I'm in a mood. Just because things are hard. I turn around and I'm like, you selfish bitch. You know you mean this to this person and that to that person and that to that person. Oh, you're having some feelings? Feelings that are going to pass? And when they pass and you're not here, what are those people going through? What are you leaving behind? And then I yell at myself because I'm like, how dare you? How dare you think you have the right to hurt anybody that much? You want to check out because you're hurt, but you're willing to hurt 24 people who are in your life and love you. You're willing to take the coward's way out. And that makes me rethink it. It makes me stop what I'm thinking and stop going down that destructive path. And say, you know what? I don't have the right. I'm all in my feelings because somebody hurt me. And what? I'm willing to check out because it's a bad feeling. But yet I'm willing to do 12 to 20 times the damage to a bunch of other people in my life and not even blink because I won't be here. I won't have to deal with it. I pride myself on not being selfish, and that is the most selfish part of me. That is the most selfish act I could ever do. And I won't. I fight it every day, but I won't give into it. I won't. I've done it. And it didn't do anything good. There was no solution to be found in that. in that act. The solution happened when I embraced what was going on and I faced it. And I said, hey, I need help. I need something. Because this is the only alternative that I'm looking at. And this is not going to work. This is the most selfish thing in the world I could ever do. I don't want to do that. So I need a hand. I need somebody to kick me in the ass. I need a hug. I need something. I'm willing to be that for other people. I just want people to realize that that's not the way to go. It's not going to solve your problems. You're just not going to be there anymore. And for all the bad shit that goes on in this life, do you want to give up every opportunity to laugh and love and cry from joy? Because it does happen. Does it happen rarely? Sometimes. Sometimes it is few and fucking far between. But you appreciate those moments even more. Oh, all right. So that was my crying for the day. Onward and upward. Judge Maddie said, in American Beauty, the kid had a room full of video cassettes. The girl asked him, what's the most beautiful thing you filmed? And he said a plastic bag swirling in the corner of a building. Yeah, I remember that. And it was amazing. Ellie said, I'm mostly irritated. Girl, I'm irritated 24/7, it seems like. Mimsy, same Shelly, Christmas, birthday in between, then New Year's, sick on top. Made me reflect too much and shut down, but you and winning perked me up. Oh, I loved it that worked for you. I mean, I don't ever want you to shut down. You're a wonderful person, Mims. You have such a sweet disposition, such a good heart. So yeah, I'm glad that we could be there for you. He perks me up a lot. He's good at that. He's good at kicking me in the ass and going, you're being retarded. Stop it. It's just, yeah. Oh, all right. Yep, move it or lose it. Yep. Elephant said, weird YouTube wasn't showing me. Okay, we already did that one. Sorry, I was making that coffee. Elephant, don't eat your feelings or you end up fat like me. Stop it. You're just cushy. You're more cushion for the pushing. Darth Hideous, I find my happiness in people and I find my comfort with my sorrow in music. You can really the thing with like music for me, I will play the saddest fucking music if I'm down because I want to really purge all that. Like, I want to get it out. I want to cry. Sometimes you just need to cry. I don't think Winning really understood that before, but sometimes like I'll get to a point where he's like, what? And I just burst into tears. He's like, oh my God, what? I'm like, I just need to cry. And he's like, okay, are you better now? Yes, I'm better now. Are you sure? Yes. Just give me a minute. And like, I'll go away for a minute, come back. And he's like, are you better? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. We're good. And he's like, okay. Like, so weird. I'm like, I know, but whatever. It works for me. Despite how much Maddie hates it. Yeah, no, I love all the really sad music, and then I'll turn around and play something that's super, super upbeat. Or really, I like to play like the funny, like horrible music, like Shake It Off, Taylor Swift, horrible song. But it can make me smile because I'm just like, this is so goofy. I'm like, shake it off, shake it, because it's perky and you're bouncing and you're just like, because it's pointless. It's just an act of futility. But it's fun to be goofy sometimes. Oh, God. Yes, Darth, I watched a music stream you had on Rumble and I enjoyed it. Ellie Fun said, or dead like Cousin Elvis. No. There's more coming, Mimsy. I'm going to have a 5-6 hours feature this weekend. Cool. Called Echo Chamber. Nice. Still, I'm going to do it. Just need to edit these 90 songs down a bit. Kisses from Lady Autumn Scott. I love you, lady. Ellie Fun, I know my voice could be silenced. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. No, but see, you don't have to be. We just talked about like Darth not being everybody's cup of tea, but I appreciate the things that he says. I know there's value in it. And I enjoy it. Do I enjoy it every day? No. Yeah, see, he said, don't worry, Ellie. Shelly said the same thing about me. And I said, I'm 140 proof bourbon, so fuck your tea. That wasn't his exact words. The 140 proof bourbon, yes, but he didn't say fuck your tea. Now he's all balls to the wall, but whatever. Quote, when I die, will they remember not what I did or what I haven't done? It's not the end that I fear with each breath. It's life that scares me to death. Unquote. Rise against. Yeah, let's take this one day at a time. I'll hold your hand if you hold mine. The time that we kill keeps us alive. The time that we kill keeps us alive. All right. My thing is when you get to that point, right? When you're just like, you're so down and you feel like there's nothing else. What are people going to remember about you? You know, all those things that you did. It did it again. What, did it leave that out? What happened? It ate the first half of that message. I know YouTube sucks. It really does. It really does sometimes. I feel like no matter what you've done in your life, good or bad, once you check out intentionally, that's what people remember. So for all the good things and the bad things that you've done, that whole life that you lived, what is it, StreamYard? It might be. StreamYard could be a cuck too. I don't know. I've lived. I mean, I've packed so much life and experience into my years on this earth. I don't want people to remember me for the fact that I checked out early. That's not what I want them to be left with. I don't want my life to be summed up in the, you remember her? Oh yeah, she unalived herself. I don't want that. I would rather somebody be like, oh my God, yeah, I remember, God, that big mouth, she was so vocal, but they'll know. Bitch, you'll know I was here. I had an impact. I left an impression. I don't want that final act to be the only impression that's left. What's the point of that? I would rather you think negatively about me than to think that. I don't want my family to turn around and be like, yeah, you know, I really would have liked having her around, but I can't even mourn her right because she did it to herself. It's not some tragedy where, I got sick or like I was in an accident or something like that. Something that you could just say, the universe is always going, like things happen. There's no blame for that. Me doing it myself, somebody's going to blame themselves. They're going to look for a source for that. What if they blame themselves? Do I want that? Hold for funny comment, Darth. I'm getting ready for my day. Uh-oh. Ellie's one of those ones that comes in here and she's like, you are going to laugh whether you like it or not. She's done that to me so many times, especially when I'm like deep into something. She's like, all right, she'll just come out with some like joke. And she's like, did you laugh? Did you laugh? Did you laugh? Oh, good. She laughed. Okay. Yeah. Now I feel better. Like, and that's, I look for that. I don't look for you to make me laugh. You just make me laugh. Because I know that you come here with really good intentions. You come here looking for like an argument or whatever. You look for discussion. You are never short on saying, oh, I know about that. You should look into. You do help me look at other things. I like people that contribute. I like people who are into the conversation. You're one of those people that's always engaging. Lady Awesome, always engaging. Rabbit, Darth, Mimsy, Edis, Inya, Jacob Peets. Everybody that comes to my chat is very, very engaged. You're all in it. You jump in, both feet, no problem. And I love that. I love that you're comfortable coming in here and just letting shit fly. And nobody's disrespectful. It's never taken as like a negative, ever. And I think that's a really wonderful thing because we do tend to do a lot of healing here. We do a lot of soothing, a lot of comforting, but we do a lot of truth facing and truth talking. I enjoy that the most. I really do. I enjoy the rawness of it. How everybody comes in and they're just like, you know what? Yeah, we're all laughing and everything, but I got something to say. I don't feel good today. I just don't. I'm irritated. And okay, you could be irritated. You could be having a bad day. You could also just unload it here and you'll get a little bit of advice. You'll get sympathy. You'll get, comfort. You'll get love. You'll get whatever you need to different degrees with different people. Not everyone appreciates me in their chat for the reasons you listed, Shelly. Well, I'm an odd duck. I like stuff like that. Lady Awesome said, right? An elephant always cracks me up no matter what, no matter whose chat. Absolutely. Let me tell you something. I'll be laying there just listening to Nick and I'll hear like an inflection in his voice and I know he's read something that amused him. So I'll look over. Like it wakes me up a little. I'll look over and without fail, it's Ellie's just railing into somebody. And I'm just like, there she goes. She's like, let me tell you a little something about this. I'm like, because it's balls out all the fucking time. And I dig that about you. I like people who just throw their shit out there and they're like, you know what? And fuck you, you don't like it. It's like they don't mean to be negative. They're actually just being themselves. They're like, I'm going to say I can't take your little fifis into consideration every time. You need to buck up a little bit. And you do that. Like most of my chat does that. I mean, you have some people like Mimsy who are just very sweet all the time. But I mean, I know that they feel things. I tend to say the things they don't want to. So I'll say like all the nasty stuff. I'll call somebody out for being a jackass or whatever. And they're like, oh, I'm so glad you said it. Because then I didn't have to. I'm like, it's all right, girl, I got you. Because we're feeling it. We're all thinking it. But nobody wants to say it. I'll say it. I don't give a fuck. Ellie will say it. Lady will say it. Dark will say it. I like that. I had a situation the other day with somebody in the LawTube community. I was very truthful and called them out. And then they told me to leave their channel. I will never tell you to leave my channel unless you're disrespectful or attack somebody. And even then, it'll be like, don't go anywhere. You meet me in Discord. We're going to have a conversation you're not going to enjoy. And that's how you get it out. But for the most part, nobody ever comes here looking for a fight. They come here to talk about shit and like maybe have a difference of opinion. But for the most part, looking for an actual fight, no. Trolls don't really do well in my area because I don't fight the trolls. Like I've had people send me comments that they're like, you're a grifter, you're whatever. And I'm like, oh, that's cute. Bless your heart. That's it. That's where the conversation ends. Cause they're just like, no, but you're a grifter. I'm like, okay. All right. I don't know what makes you think that, but you're free to think whatever you want. I hope you have a good day. Bye, sweetie. And it just takes all the fucking air out of there. Like, they just deflate. It's funny. So true, Shelly. You say it out loud for me. Yes, that's what I'm here for. I'm mega mouth in so many ways. Ellie, fine. They didn't care for any opinions different than their own. Yeah, I know a lot of people like that, and I tend to just like be like, all right, you go be as like one directional as you want to be, but stay the fuck away from me. Because no. Like if you can't make room for other people to be part of a discussion, you don't want to have a discussion. You just want to lecture me and then keep me quiet. I'm not here for that. Dart said, I got banned from Clairview's channel yesterday for yelling using caps at a friend. Oh my goodness. Well, a lot of people don't really, I mean, unless they know you, they're probably not going to get how you talk. They don't get that you're not being nasty on purpose. You're not being nasty at all. You're very passionate about a lot of things. And it doesn't always translate as passion. It translates as anger. And they get like, they feel threatened. And then they're like, I have to hide. I have to run away. And I think it's funny because most of the time, that's why I never used to be like, I'm fighting back against, I'd be like, oh, dark. You'd be like, what? Who are you talking to like that? You want me to talk like that? No. It's like, you tell me what you need and I'm going to, not give it to you. I'm going to take it away and make sure you like come back down to earth. Nobody is surprised that I got banned for yelling though. Listen, you had a 2-day ban on my channel. That's all you ever got. And we have gotten into it on panel many, many times. And it's just like, all right, like you always know when you stepped over that line because you de-escalate me because you're like, no. And that was not the reaction I was going for. God damn it. You're like, no. Let's just back up a little bit. Something got lost in the translation. Okay. You have apologized to me. I've apologized to you. And I think that's okay. It's healthy. Some people can't. Some people cannot admit ever that they did anything wrong. Yes, Lady, I'm trying super hard to not name them or cause or have drama fall back on me for being honest and calling them out. I went ahead and blocked them, left their channel, and left others around their channel. I've done that. I mean, I haven't I only have 2 people. 2 people are blocked from my channel. Not because I'm afraid. I could give a fuck. They mean nothing. I just don't want to have to deal with them. They're not worth my time. Once somebody becomes irrelevant to me, they might as well be dead because nothing they do or say is going to affect me. And there's 2 people out there that are like that. And that's it. I think that's pretty good for YouTube. I mean, I know a lot of people. I interact with a lot of people on this damn thing. And to only have 2 people blocked, that's saying something. But it's just because I don't want them coming here and aggravating me. I'm sure they do lurk because I know that they all have sock accounts and whatever. I'm not going to go to all that expense and that effort of blocking all the accounts. I know I could give a shit. If they show up and they open their mouth and they act wrong, you're out of here. That's it. Don't fuck up my chat. You want to have a go at me? Maybe, maybe not. Depends on my mood that day. But yeah, you absolutely should be able to have a difference of opinion. And if you know something about somebody and you can call them out on it, you feel you need to, then you should be able to do that. Some people need that mirror held up. in order for them to like go, oh, okay. Like they don't realize the things that they've done, or the things that they've said, or how hurtful they've been, or they can't face it. They can't own up to it. Sometimes you need to hold that mirror up to them and go, let me tell you a little something about you. See, that's the thing. If you ever hear me say, you know what, let me tell you about you, I'm done. I am done, because I know about everybody and I could break them down easy. I don't, because that's not who I want to be. I'll call them on their shit in a joking kind of way sometimes, or sometimes I'll really get into it, but never in a mean kind of way. But once I say, let me tell you about you, we're done. You can take that to the bank and cash it, because I am fucking done with you. There's no going back once that statement leaves my mouth, which is why I don't do it. People are like, why don't you stand up for yourself? I don't have to. It's not a fight I want to have. Sometimes I'm just like, you know what? That person thinks that good. Let them go think it. I don't give a shit. Do I like them less? No. Do they like me less? Apparently. Did I do something to really deserve it? No. They'll get over it or they won't. I can't change that, and I don't care. Lady said, are you on Discord? Ellie said, I do have Discord. I never use it because Toybox scared me off. I know exactly what you mean. Listen, I love me some Toybox Brain. I am not his cup of tea, but I do love me some Toybox Brain. He amuses the shit out of me. Like, but it's got to be like in doses. I love people like him in doses. I can't do it all day, every day. But like every day is fine. But like all day, every day, no, I can't. That's too much. And sometimes he says things. I'm like, all right, no, that you reached the line in the sand. No, I'm done. I'm done for the day. Like I've reached my quota. When he starts talking about like Nick Cheese, no, I'm done. I'm like, no. Mm-mm. But yeah, no, he's a character. I mean, I love him to death, but he is a fucking character. You have to be willing to be like, you know what? I'm just going to embrace the absurdity of it, because that's what he's about. And he's just having fun and he's over the top. And that's who he is. You either like it or you don't. But yeah, I could see getting scared out of I would get scared out of that. So Ellie said, I went ahead and blocked them, left their channel, and left others around their channel. Here's how balls to the wall I am. I do not use sock accounts. I don't have time for that childish shit. I have sock accounts. Honestly, I created them so that I could get my own watch hours because I didn't have them at first. And then I wound up deleting all those videos anyway, so it was like pointless. But I have them so that I can keep like for Rumble, I can't do one for Rumble. There's too much verification and everything else. But like my other accounts, sometimes I'll do it if I want to go to somebody's chat and not have anybody interact with me. I just want to be there and I want to enjoy it. And I don't want them being like, oh, here, talk to me about this. And what like, oh, about that. No, I don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to exist. That's it. And sometimes I want to show my support, but I don't want them to know it's coming from me. So I'm able to send them a super chat or a super sticker, and they don't know it's from me, but it gives them that support, and they don't have to thank me. They don't have to feel like they have to reciprocate. It alleviates some sort of stress sometimes just to have that anonymity, because I don't have any anonymity as me. Y'all know me. All my names, all my friggin', like my regular names, my nicknames, my screen names, all of them. You all know when I'm there, it's me. That's not always something I want to do. I don't always want people to know that I'm supporting somebody because they're like, oh, you're kissing. I don't want to kiss your ass. I want to support you. I don't want you to think I expect something from it. So I'll use a sock account for that. Darth Hideous, not true. You've told me about me before. Yes, I did. And we took quite the hiatus, did we not? No, but I never said, let me tell you about you. Like, I never got blunt and like, just, I don't give a fuck if it hurts your feelings. I have always told you about you, but as nicely as I could. I hate to tell you, because you have heard me go off about different things. You know how mean I can be. I never put that on you. I mean, we fought, but that was a mutual thing. That wasn't me being fucking done because you're just like some pompous asshole who thinks he knows something and don't. Oh my goodness. Mimsy gifted 5 Talking Trash Intrudes memberships. Thank you. I'm going to look at that 1 second. I think I can see it. Yes. Okay, so Mimsy gifted 5 Talking Trash Intrudes memberships to Daisy Girl, Beautifully Inappropriate, Wolfkinder 3, Gutters Pub, and Danielle. Look at that. Thank you so much. That was so sweet. Let's see. What can we do? What can we do? I think that deserves one of my favorite groups. That makes me so happy, that clip. You have no idea how happy that clip makes me. Thank you, Mimsy. That was super sweet. Let me go back. I'm missing stuff. Wait. Wait, I'm trying. I lost my place, guys. I'm so sorry. Then cousin like Elvis, blah, blah, blah. I know my voice should be silent. No. Darth, cut that off. Ellie Font. Where the hell am I? Oh, it went up like 8 pages. That's not where I was. I don't know what the hell happened there. Lady said, oh, it's fine. Come back on Discord. Absolutely. Come back on Discord. Ellie, I never added you on Discord and now I can't find you. You could go to any one of my things on my server. You should be able to find her on my server. I thought adults only was for conversation, not those images. Oh, okay. Can't unsee those, pokes your eyes out. Well, you know, like, I hate to be the one to admit this, but there were many times that he would be like, oh, I posted. I'm like, that's nice. I would not go into the Toy Box Brain sections of Discord because I did it once and it scared me more than Nick's locals. Like, it was like at his worst. Like, it was bad. I was just like, no, can't do it. This is not the place for me. So yeah, I feel you. I do. I feel you. Anyway, thank you, Mimsy. Darth said my Rumble channel is doing like 3 times the numbers in analytics than my YouTube, and my Rumble has less than 1/3 of my follower base on YouTube. Yeah, I have 46 followers on Rumble, and yet I did that 2-hour stream that was actually absolute crap the other day, and I had like 120 something views. So yeah, like and that's for the lives because the regular videos don't see shit. So yeah, a lot more people do see you, but I don't know if they boost their numbers or not. They used to, but they seem more natural and more organic now. So I tend to trust the numbers a lot more now. I can't find you. What name are you? Same. Oh, she sent you a friend ad. Aw, see? Nerd said fucking hell. I love that video, Nerd. Come on, it was the runner-up. You were the 2023 winner, but you know, now 2024 we got T-Rex. I don't have that clip yet. Winning will be putting that on my on my thing. He's gonna trust me. He will redo like my clips because we need to like rotate some of them out. I love that one. It just makes me happy, nerd. Well, you can't ruin my mood. Just got the email and school is canceled tomorrow due to server weather. You have server weather, not severe weather, but server weather. Mm-hmm. Want me to read back the last message you sent me before we parted ways? Because if that wasn't designed to the most hurtful shit, it wasn't. That actually wasn't. That was me trying to be gentle about it. I can say I hit the mark every time. You know, I'm not always on point, but the intention is there. It's just the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So, you know, sometimes I'm not as communicative as I want to be. Sometimes I'm just fucking awkward, Darth. I mean, it happens. Good morning for you then, nerd. Alberta, well, good and bad, extra day off, but less money earned. Yeah, I know. But then again, you're not spending it on gas and you don't have to go out and buy lunch or whatever. So, you know, you learn that there's a balance. There's a balance. Still waiting for that song. Oh, God. Let me write that shit down, too. All right. So I need to look for... All right. I need a new page. So I need to remind winning for the Mama Dial song. Remind WR for nerds song. And I need to see Jimmy's Saturday morning stream, and I think that's it for my reminders for today. T-Rex won, but nerds cracks me up. I love nerds. I think it's so adorable. He goes, yeah, I just love it. Sarcasm. Oh, you take everything so personally. Learn to like love life. Jesus. Well, if they're boosting numbers, they aren't doing that for nobodies like me, but there are a lot of bots on Rumble already. No, there was like a couple months back where everybody was getting like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 hits on like absolute crap fucking streams. And I was like, there's no friggin' way, because you'd have all those like views and like 2 likes. I hate that people don't hit the like button on there, that they don't hit the thumbs up. I don't know what it is. They just don't do it. And it's like, ooh. So you're like, oh my God, I got 5 likes. 5 likes out of like everything is like a lot. That's terrible. But no, I think they're definitely, the bots are down because I'm not fighting bots constantly when I'm mod for winning. There was one point I couldn't stop. Like I was just ban. My ban list for his channel is so fucking long. It's ridiculous. It's not like that anymore. So yeah, I think the numbers are much more organic than they were. But we're talking about months back, like 3-4 months back. So you should be good. Alpo said, should get my car back from the shop either today or tomorrow. Oh. One of my YouTube videos got nearly 4K in views. That's awesome. That's really awesome. And it's so like, I guess in our community, it's so rare. Like we're hitting between like, my videos usually hit between 50 and 100 views. That's my range. And that's fine. Like the only thing, I have that one video that has like 12,000 views. And that's the Johnny Depp half-hour thing where, you know, I say I believe in him and I always will. And that was the drama stream regarding the law event. I still have that one, that Conversations After Dark, that 12-hour stream that we did on my channel where she came in and was like, you're all being recorded. No shit, we're live. I mean, if it's not being recorded. That was a funny day. I go through some of the older videos and I'm like, damn, I had a lot of people on my channel. My most watched is the communist button at like 4K views too. Nice. The right topic posted at the right Discord server, pump those numbers up. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, and hey, 3 beers, what's up? I openly admit I am horrible at promoting my own channel. Horrible. Cómprame 3 cerveza. Yeah, no, I'm horrible at promoting my own stuff. I don't know. I don't think of it. I just get on here and I'm like, all right, here I am. Let's just talk. Let's bullshit. Let's, while away the hours. That's what keeps me from getting down. I don't promote my stuff. I just don't. Winning? Oh my God. Winning stuff I post everywhere. I literally have subscriptions to different like big locals just so I could post his shit on there. Because I believe more in what he's doing. His stuff is a lot harder to sell because people don't want to see what's going on behind the scenes. They don't want to know the truth. So I have to work extra hard to promote that because people are so comfortable with their head in the sand. And it aggravates me. So I push his stuff a lot more than I do my own. I'm very comfortable with us just sitting here and just bullshitting and just talking about stuff and working through stuff and helping each other. That's what I'm here for. His is bigger. He's got the bigger picture going. Mine, like I said, he's all about, the brain and the head. Like he's the head of the operation. I'm the heart. It's not that he doesn't have heart. It's just that's where my strength lays. Yeah, I do 50 to 100 on YouTube and like 150 to 200 on average on Rumble. Yep. My video about Henry Cavill out as Superman got 2.6 views. Now, only if those views would translate to subs. That's the problem. And that's the only reason that Depp video helped me, because it really did up my subs. And the shorts do help. I don't have a lot of content for shorts. Like what I do content for my shorts, I do things about the cats. When they're like running around and like being crazy, that's what I do. Wait a minute. We're supposed to promote stuff? Well, shit. I know. And it's weird because like on Twitter, everybody's like, oh, I never see you on Twitter. And they're like, what? How do you have 600 followers? I don't know. I have a lot of followers on Twitter. Doesn't mean that they're paying attention. The subs are a vanity number. Yeah, but you know what? I've been stuck at like in the like 690s for like a month, and it's driving me crazy because it's like I can't get over that fucking. I'm at 698, and it's so aggravating. Because it'll go up 1, then go down 2, then go up 2, then go down 1. And I'm like, it plays with the same 3 friggin' digits, like within a 3-digit range all the time. It drives me insane. And I know that there are fuckers out there who they sub and then they unsub just to fuck with me. I know it. Nobody has to tell me, although I've been told. But I know it. It's obvious. But it's just like, whatever. You want to have your fun, I'm not going to let you aggravate me. It does though, but only a little. So, I'm subbed to Outpost Nerd. Hey, yo, Xander, that's something to admit. No, I always enjoy doing streams with Nerd. We can get on there. We'll be like, oh, this is going to be a short half hour, and then we're talking for like 8 hours. It's like, oh, all right. Because then we start talking about Marvel. We start talking about all these different things. And it's like, oh, once we start talking about Star Wars, forget it. Once we start on the movie train, we'll be there for hours and hours and hours and hours, just back and forth and back and forth. Oh my God, do you remember? And oh my God, but what about this? And I heard that we talk about theories and all sorts of stuff. Because I am that nerd. I will listen to all the different theories on the different platforms. I will look for all the Easter eggs and I will watch all those videos because that's what I enjoy. I couldn't tell you half the politicians that have been popular or effective or ineffective or anything for the last 50 years. Not with any amount of certainty. But I can talk to you about Star Wars right down to like the prequels, like all the little cartoons. I will get into the muck with you. We will like get detail oriented where I'm pulling out information that I haven't even thought about since I was like 7. Like that's where I'll go because that's what I like. And so be it. I mean, yeah, everybody's like, oh, but you're a girl. What do you know about Star Wars? Fuck you. Like I grew up on Star Wars. You know, Darth Vader was my homeboy. I love Darth Vader. I wasn't big on the rebellion. I really wasn't. I mean, I loved Princess Leia. I loved Luke, and you know, Han was always very roguish. But for me, I wanted to be Darth Vader's friend. I felt bad that nobody liked him because I didn't think he was that bad. I really didn't. I mean, did he have violent tendencies? Yes, but he thought he was right. You know, and I understood that. Even from a young age, I understood, okay, the villain isn't always evil. They think they're right. They believe in what they're doing. It's just nobody else does. But then somebody does because people follow them. It's perspective. I don't think that being a villain and being evil are synonymous. I really don't. I would rather say pledge and donate are synonymous. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, no, they're not the same. So I don't give up on the villains. You know, I actually find them so much more fascinating and complex than the do-gooders. Loki, I think Loki is fascinating. And I dig him. I get him. Darth Vader, same thing. Who else? Venom? Oh my God. How many people like sold Venom as like this horrible thing? Like he eats people. So what? That's what he eats. It's not like he woke up one day and said, I'm just going to eat people. That's what he's required to eat. He's only eating the bad people. Let him eat the bad people. What are you going to do with them? House them forever in prison so I can pay for them? No. And again, a lot of things, like most people miss the fact that it's fucking fiction. I'm allowed to root for whoever the hell I want. It's not a flaw in my personality. It's not like I said, oh, you know what, that dude with the little mustache, I'm backing him 100%. No. It's fiction. It's fucking fiction. Oh, like, whatever. Like, all right, House of the Dragon. Who's my absolute favorite character? Daemon. Of course it is. Of course it is. He's the bad boy. I love him. And I get him. I get why he acts like he acts. So, yeah, I'm behind him 100%. Did I like Cersei? No, not at all. But I tend to not like female villains because they just come across as bitchy and petty. Like, I don't need the cruelty. The male villains usually aren't cruel. They're just all business and impersonal and cold. But they don't set out to be vindictive. I don't like vindictive. Like, you keep that shit to yourself. Subs aren't the same as an audience. That's true. You could have so many subs and nobody shows up. And it's just, I'm happy when people show up. Just come and talk to me. That's it. Just come hang out. Have something to say. You know, I'm always going to listen. I don't care if my numbers are big as long as my viewership is there for the content. Yep. That's because we're interactive creators. They fuel our creativity. They do. And that's how you do it. Oh, look, Aozana said that's how you do it. Focus on enjoying creating content. Money should always be secondary with any job. Enjoy what you do in life. And that's the thing. I don't want this to be a job. When I am obligated to show up, I tend to resist because I don't want it to be a job. I love doing what I do. I love being here with you guys. I don't want it to be obligatory. I don't want to feel like it's my responsibility to be here, because then it becomes something else, and it's just something else I have to carry. So then I'm not giving you my best. Our longest stream was what, 12 hours? I don't know. It might have been, nerd. Topic list for our show, Shelly. Yeah, right. The Jedi pushed Anakin to become Vader. Yep. Mace Windu was the worst to Anakin. Yep, we agree. Loki from the TV show was an amazing character. Listen, Loki from the movies, I totally got him, but they overacted him. They made him trite. Like, it was very, like, I don't know. He was childish in a lot of the things. Like, they made him appear the way they wanted him to, because they needed him to be in sharp contrast to their, quote unquote heroes. All of their heroes, which they killed indiscriminately too. It's not like they ever stopped and said, "Oh, are you a bad guy?" No, it's pew, 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 pew. And that was it. So I don't think that like Captain America's always like truth, justice, and da, da, da. He never says like, "Oh, I'm not going to go out there and kill people." He goes out and just fucks people up. You don't see anybody walking away from a fight with him. My grandpup's name is Loki. But the thing is, like, they don't focus on that. I love the name Loki for animals. Oh, my God. The Jedi are communists changed my mind. I believe it. Heckin' evil commies. Darth Bane had a much better story arc than Darth Vader. I loved Darth Vader's story arc. I get how he got there. But nobody ever turns around and says, maybe Luke wasn't the hero. He was the hero to the rebels. And he blew up the whole Death Star. But there were families living on that Death Star. There were, people who, they were just working. If you only have one company that runs the entire universe, you have to work for somebody. The likelihood that you're going to work for them is pretty fucking high. And I wash windows. I went to work today and somebody blew up my job and blew me up with them. And now I'm dead because I was washing a window and apparently I was washing the wrong window. Nobody says, "Oh, Luke blew up this thing and killed probably like millions of people." That to me put him right on par with the use of the Death Star. Like, yes, that could, basically blow up planets. That's what it was meant for. Yes, very bad. Okay. Wreck it. Did you have to kill everybody on it? Like, everybody, and nobody mentions it? All those people died all at once. Same as on Alderaan. Probably more because the Death Star was, huge and full of people. And the planet isn't full of people. The planet has people on it, not in it. The Death Star had people in it. That, to me, speaks of a higher volume. To me, I think his crime was the same as the use of the Death Star. Luke didn't blow up the Death Star. It was a controlled demolition. X-Wing fuel melter. Shut up, AO. I don't want to hear it. Oh my God. So conspiracies, all these conspiracy theories. Oh my goodness. So funny. Chopper the droid. Wait, what was that? It went past. Ellie said, "I've never seen Star Wars." I mean, you break my heart sometimes, Lord. Also, my birthday is this week, and my children asked if I was 56. FMIL. I'm not allowed to say the FML out loud anymore because apparently the universe might interpret that as a challenge. So I always say, "Oh, bless my life," because I want good things. But no, I feel you. I do. Girl, in less than 3 months, I turned 50. 50. I can already see the over the hill decorations in my head. And it's just like, really? Because I loved 40. I turned 40. I had a good time. 50? Fuck it. I'll embrace it. All right. But I'm not thrilled about it. I am not thrilled at all. Hell, even Darth Plagueis had a better storyline than Darth Vader. But I did enjoy Vader's. I just wish there weren't so many holes in his thing. They made him he was so much richer than what they delved into. And I think it's because they didn't want to make him appealing until later. They wanted you to be terrified of him, so they just made him very austere and very violent and very threatening. And then went back and said, well, he had anger issues since he was little. Okay, he was a slave. Like, we're not talking about somebody who's upset that 200 years ago, somebody he was never even related to was a slave. We're talking like he was a slave. His mother was a slave. Like, they got given to somebody in a card game, so they were property. He had a right to be pissed. I remember when you said it might be a shorter show till you're feeling 100%. Yeah, I know. It's already over 4 hours. All right, T-Rex. So you tell me you want me to go away? Because I'll just shut it down. It's fine. Just to make you happy. No. The Death Star destroyed the Imperial economy. Did it, though? Destroying the Death Star might have done something to the economy, because they spent like a lot of money. That's one thing. You guys really need to watch Andor. I didn't think I was going to enjoy it, and there's a lot of episodes to it. But once you get past like I think the third episode, oh my God, you can't stop. I literally binge watched the entire thing by myself. And it's so much information and so many like aha moments. And the last episode, I will say, if you do watch it, there is a post-credit scene that you will see and go, like, I was blown away because I wasn't expecting it. First of all, I wasn't expecting a post-credit scene. But then when I got one, I was just like, oh my God, that answered the one question I had through the whole thing, but they made me wait till the last fucking minute and I could have missed it. Mimsy, some of Tarantino's movie portrays strong women characters like Pam Grier, Jackie Brown, that I like. Jackie Brown was good. She was fun. She is. I like her fro. She was very kick-ass. Nerd said, just Googled it and there were nearly 2 million people on Death Star. See? That lady said, oh no. And Elifa, I know. Kind of like Hiroshima. I mean, that's we do that. We're like, oh, we're ending this war. We're going to end this war by dropping these bombs on civilians. Oh yeah, and schools, but nobody talks about it. Nobody says anything. They're just like, oh, we ended the war with the H bomb and da da da. Yeah. Did you drop it on the armies? No. Did you drop it on like their ships or whatever? No. You dropped it into civilian, cities. What does that say about us? I mean, we don't choose to do that. That's the government that chooses to do that, the military. It all comes from higher up. But fuck, I could see where the rest of the world would look at us and be like, damn, they're brutal. Like, all right, yeah, fine. We set the precedent for fear in the world because that's how we got to be like one of the biggest global powers in the world. But that didn't make it right. Was it necessary? Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't behind those doors during those discussions. I would love to have been privy to those. My favorite song in Hamilton is the one about, in the room when it happens. I want to be in the room when it happens, because nobody knows how the sausage gets made. You don't know what they're giving up to get what they want. We don't know the negotiations that happen. I would love to know them, but then part of me is like, if you knew them, you would have no faith at all in your country and government. You would be very disenfranchised. You'd be very discouraged. You would have no hope at all, because you would know how close you came to having something great and have it just snatched away because somebody else wanted something else more than that. Like, I guess you don't miss what you never had. And when you know what goes on behind closed doors, you're privy to what you almost had. And it's the same. Happy early birthday, Ellie. Yes, Ellie, happy birthday. So, like, what are you going to be, like, 36? 26? 36? 46? 40? 38? What are you? You could tell me in private, or you cannot tell me and just tell me to go fuck myself. I'll accept that as well. There were 2 billion people on Alderaan. Were they really? That didn't look that friggin' populated, did it? I don't know. Alderaan looked like kind of watery. I mean, I'm not saying that the Empire was a good thing. I'm really not. I'm just saying that the rebellion was no better. It's just they claim to be taking like the moral high ground and whatever and fighting the system, which is what we're all doing in our own way. I don't think governments are bad. I think they have elements within them that make them toxic. I think they have elements within them that turn them corrupt. But as a rule, like as a premise, I don't think a government is bad. Everybody needs a higher up where the buck is going to stop. It's just ours has way too much power and way too much say in our personal lives. Wolfie said, you people are all younglings. Oh, I wish I was a youngling. The Emperor nerfed Vader's powers due to his cybernetics. Oh, yeah, he absolutely did. He absolutely did. He made sure he was in pain all the time. He made him way taller than he was naturally, just to be much more imposing. I mean, now that we know about like that whole Force heal, that pissed me off when they pulled that shit out in that movie. They're like, oh, I just touched you and I healed your whole body. Why didn't they get together and do that for Anakin? Why? Tell me. They could have taken away some of his nerve damage, some of his lung damage. Did the Emperor try that? No. Why? Because he liked the fact that he was on, all the cybernetics. He liked that he needed an air filter. Because who's going to fuck with his air filters? He could. He could send him a batch of faulty things and make sure that, he had to stay in his little like isolation pod as a punishment. That was control that he had over Vader. It's fucked up, but it's true. Elephant, I'm Gen X. Take that back. He's like, I'm Gen X. Don't ever call me a youngling. Ayo also made his suit perpetually itchy, so he's always angry. You're funny. I mean, you think of how much that machinery weighed. And where was that weight? That was on his lower extremities, which he didn't have anymore. So he had the joints. And I mean, just ask Mr. Malloy. Wearing those prosthetics for even a small amount of time hurt. They hurt. Are they functional? Yes. But are they comfortable? No. And he had that on both legs and he had that on his arms. And that's a lot of pain, constant pain to be in. Okay, what if he wasn't in pain? The only way to not be in pain would be getting medicine administered on a constant basis through the suit That's going to fuck with your way of thinking. That's going to mess with your natural reactions. That's going to make you feel some type of way. You know, since I've been off all the meds, I'm very different. My mind is so clear. I'm not always angry. I'm not jumping to conclusions all the fucking time, like always stuck in a feeling. I can say, okay, wait, I need a minute. Let me just back up. And I can rationalize and I can say, okay, you know, girl, sometimes you don't have to put the dial on 12, like bring it back down. I have better self-control when I'm not on all these stupid psych meds. And they didn't make me any happier. They actually made me more willing to be unalive. You know, because I was always so fogged up. I couldn't think straight. And then I couldn't remember anything. I would do things and you'd be like, oh, you did it. You could play me the video and I'd be like, I can't remember saying that ever. But that's so not what I would normally do. It made me act out of character and I didn't like it. So even though like my doctor is very unhappy that I am not on meds anymore, you know, it took somebody, you know, it took Winning to sit me down and say, no, let's go through everything. What does this say? Yeah, no, that's going to affect your brain more. Let's put that on the side. Put that on the side. Put that on the side. Okay, what can you do with that? What do you absolutely essentially need? Out of all the pills they had me on, I only required 2 of them. The thyroid pill that I'll be on till the day I die, unfortunately. And the Inderal for the tremors. Do I need to be on the Inderal? No, if I want to have, you know, shaking hands all the time. But I don't, because I need to be able to write, and I still can't draw. That's been robbed from me. I still have no strength in my hands. I work on it. You know, I believe it or not, I sit here and I squeeze a pillow all the freaking time to try to like work on my hand muscles because I need that strength back. And I don't have it. But once I got rid of all the other things, I felt so much more like myself. And I was in better control of myself. And my mood improved. I didn't have all this like extreme thinking. I didn't have extreme emotions. So yeah, I mean, I could see where like if he was on pain meds, he would be irrational. He would be all over the place. He would have extreme reactions. So yeah, I get it. That's why Vader never used Force Lightning. If Vader did, his life support system would have been fried. Oh yeah, absolutely. Ellie Fun, I'm a boomer. Oh, Wolfie, you're a boomer. That's all right. We all have boomer moments, but we're Gen X mostly. Tell your people to retire already and let Gen X take over. I love it. I love it. That's hilarious and so true. So true. Outpost, the targets for the H bombs were centers of the Japanese military power. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that. Because it didn't take out just military. It took out schools, parishes, homes. It vaporized people. I mean, when you have a bunch of kids that are nothing but a shadow that's burnt into the ground, there's a problem. Yeah, leave some work for the rest of us. Oh my God, I'm over 40. She's turning 19. Ah! She said, I'll DM you it. You're so funny. Wolfkid, I'll take my bowl of oatmeal and go sit in the corner. You don't take your gruel and be happy with it. I am tick-toxic. That's what they should call them, tick-toxics. That's what they should be called. TikTok silk. TikTok silk. TikTok. I can't say it, Darth. I don't know why. Wait. TikTok. All right. So you're of the TikTok generation? Bullshit. Anyway. Oatmeal gruel. Force heal is a light side power. That's why. Yeah, but there are ways of, doing things on the dark side. I mean, that was not Hideous. That was Sidious's whole thing that, Plagueis knew how to, cheat death and whatever and do like the whole keep people alive. There has to be some ability in that, even if it's to manipulate them into something darker. But you could still make their functions work. Like that. I just feel like there's something he could have done for Vader, but instead he didn't even try. He did not even try. He didn't put any mental blocks in there to block pain or whatever. He just was like, yeah, God, they did all that like machinery, like stuff when they were like piecing him back together. He was fully aware of that. You saw his face. And it was just that bothered me so much because I knew he felt it all. That's like the worst thing. Like when you think about, I have to go get an operation. What's one of your worst fears? The fact that you're going to feel it. No, I want to be knocked the fuck out. Knock me out. I don't want to know nothing. I don't want to feel any of that shit. And he felt everything. That's my worst nightmare. Nightmare. It's my worst nightmare. I can't. Hell, fun. I'm just nodding and my brain is going nerd speak. I'm sorry. I do. I get very into my nerd speak. Listen, I was number 6 in my graduating class, so I'm very brainy. I do tend to, like to talk about all the nerdy stuff. I hung out like my ex-boyfriend saying, "Oh, that's because you're honors. You're the honors crew. What are you doing over there, Miss National Honor Society?" He's like, he used to say it like it was a curse, and I'd be like, "Oh, whatever, jealous. I can't help it. You were special." It's like whatever. See, that's been something that I have always done in the past, and I know I did it on purpose. But all my exes are dumb. Bro, they're dumb as rocks. And they just couldn't keep my interest. They really couldn't. And it always made me feel kind of superior to them. And it gave me like attitude. And I was able to be mean to them because of that. And I like that I don't hang out with dumb people. I just don't. I like people who can, get to my level, who can argue with me on my level, because then it makes me want to be better and better and better. So I constantly have to up my game. Keeps me on my toes. I love it. I just play stupid. I like being underestimated. It's great. Lady Awesome, my apologies to Aosander. My kids have that movie Frosty on repeat. Oh, Lord. And Oatmeal, a suggestion on what to call the snowman. Lord. I remember those days. The 4-year-olds, you just... Katie used to watch a lot of... what was her name? Hillary Duff. God. It was just like that age range. She went from Barney to Hillary Duff, and they were equally annoying after a while. I could take them in small doses, but it was like constant. And those were VHS tapes. So I would have to buy like 2 or 3 of them because she would break them by watching them so much. The tapes would just snap. I do. By military power, he's talking about industrial strength. Soldiers fight, but the true warriors are the farmers, engineers, mechanics, the builders of the guns. Yeah, you take out the infrastructure. You take out all the support. I don't think being a TikTok generation is much of a flex as you think it is. There's a reason why the industry of killing is free while that of health costs to learn. Yep. Well, it's a lot easier to destroy than it is to create. You have to have substance to create. You don't have to have any discernible skill to kill, to destroy. You just don't. Dead Titty Snow, Michelle, he lied about that because he knew that was a way to manipulate Anakin. I was halfway through the Dark Plagueis book, and I just never finished it. So I don't know what his abilities really were, and I doubt that they even like disclosed it in the book anyway. Anakin was born due to Plagueis' manipulation of the Force. Oh my God, the nerd speak. Wait, could Anakin be the reincarnation of Plagueis? No. I had a 4.0 GPA in grad school. Nice. That's a flex. Impressive. Plagueis had that power. I have a theory. Water goes along the path of least resistance. Yes. Well, humans are 87% water and whatever. Yes. Could there be an elemental nature? Is humanity the way it is because of what we're made of? I mean, I could see where that line of thinking would take you, but there are so many humans who don't take the path of least resistance. There are so many who know the battle that's ahead of them and pick that road anyway. It's just they're not big in number, and they're not really the ones that you hear talked about. You don't hear about the good stuff people do. You know, you hear about the fuck ups. You hear about this week you need the flexes. You take all the flexes you want, baby. We got you. I think you're very impressive. Jesus, Ellie. If you haven't done it yourself, you know somebody who's done it. You're very well read. You're very well educated. Like, even if I know you're well educated as far as school wise and academics, but you just know a lot of things. You know, I can have a conversation with you on pretty much any topic except apparently Star Wars, which we're going to work on that, girl. We're going to work on it. Because I think if you got into it, like if you gave it a chance, I think you would love it. Because there's so much lore to it, like that you can connect with other things like Greek mythology and like all sorts of archetypes and Bible stories. You would see where all the threads go. That's where I have so much fun. But yeah, I think you would like it if you just put it out of your head that it's, you know, it's for nerds. Not like it's not a sci-fi thing. I don't know anybody who's watched the Star Wars movies and didn't like them. You just got to give it a chance. My husband agrees. He's a mega nerd and has tried to get me to watch Star Wars and Star Trek. He even had me buy the box sets. Oh, that's so cute. I mean, now they're all streamable. Just go on Disney Plus. I know Disney Plus is the devil, but you know what? I pay the devil for many things. Bye, nerd. Go get your food. I'm going to eat soon, too, because it's almost 1 o'clock. Star Wars is... I didn't get into Star Trek because that wasn't... I don't know. That was too Kirkish. Like, I didn't like him. So that was why I didn't watch Star Trek. He just came off as this like pompous jackass all the time, and I didn't like him. But like I've seen Star Trek episodes that were really, really good, and I understand and I admit that there's a lot of talent and a lot of really good material there. It just didn't appeal to me because there was so much. By the time I said, oh, I might be interested in this, there was so much to learn. I was like, no, it's not. Mm-mm. But with Star Wars, you literally could watch 3 movies and be completely like at least 75% caught up on what everybody else is talking about. Like you could watch the middle trilogy, the only like true beginning Star Wars movies, and be completely up to date and have conversations. Absolutely can. So you don't have to watch all the cartoons and read all the books or look at all the comics, the graphic novels. You don't have to be so immersed into it. Star Trek has so many different storylines, like, and just series and everything, I could never catch up. And I wouldn't want to. That would be work for me. That would be work for me. But you could literally watch the 3 movies and be completely caught up and be like, you know what? Those did not suck. They were really good. They appeal. They really do. They appeal to something in everybody. I have seen A New Hope probably 300-400 times easily, because I will watch it probably once a month. I'm gonna be completely honest. I will watch that one and only that one like once a month. It's my go-to for me getting out of my head. And I cry at the end every fucking time. And it's not crying less than I did the first time. I cry more because it's so emotional for me. It's so sentimental. And I just, all I hear is the, like when he makes everybody turn and I start crying. That's it. Like, that's all it takes is for Chewie to say something and everybody turns and I cry. And then, like, it's just the whole R2 with his whole back and forth and being all happy. I cry every single time. Every single time. And it shouldn't, at this point, it should literally be like, it should be like Charlie Brown's teacher at this point. And it's not. I'm still like on the edge of my seat and in it. And I'm completely immersed in the experience of it. It's very emotional for me. And yeah, I am R2. I am just this short, loudmouth kind of, you always want me there because you know I'm good for a lot of shit. I will always have your back. And I have no problem going and, yeah, you're like, oh, go do this really dangerous thing. Why? Because I need you to. All right. You know, R2 was very like that, and I'm very much like R2. Like, I'm the one who's like, you're being a fucking idiot. You know that shit that he said. You know it is. He cussed like his hell. He told you about you. She said, God has spoken. Elephant said, I was going to make a judgy and snarky comment to you about it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. God has spoken. Fun fact, R2-D2 doesn't stay. The last time he obeyed such an order, he lost Anakin to the dark side. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, Vader knew who R2 was. He knew that R2 was privy to everything, and R2 knew who Vader was. It was never a surprise to him. Yeah, but he didn't go out of his way to take R2 away. He didn't go out of his way to destroy R2 or C-3PO. He never did. I mean, C-3PO was wiped. Okay, fine. I never understood why they wiped the protocol droid and not the mech droid, but okay. R2 was privy to more classified information than most of the higher-ups in the Empire or the Rebellion. Like, he knew everything. And they did nothing to him. Nothing. Yeah, they could have destroyed him 1, 2, 3, and that would have been the end of the fucking movie, but he didn't. And Anakin knew who he was. Vader knew who R2-D2 had been. You know, did Vader ever actually confront the droids? No. You're my R2-D2. I keep it real. But that, to me, that's what R2 did. R2 was the voice of reason. He was the one who said, yeah, no, we're doing this. Like, this is our dude. We're backing him up. Oh, you don't want to do it? You pussy. Like, he had no problem telling 3PO, like, oh, you're such a fucking coward. Like, yeah, nothing. He was great. But you see, I don't identify with, like, the mostly human people. I identify with the simpler machines, believe it or not. Like I don't know. I get them. Like I think R2 has more personality than pretty much anybody on the rebellion side. I do. He's got more loyalty. He sees the big picture, and he's not looking for backpats. There's no ego about him. You know, he knows what he knows, he believes what he believes, and he's loyal to who he wants to be loyal to. And if he thinks you're wrong, he'll back up and be like, whoa, what is your problem? Like, he's not shy about it. You know, he's very upfront. When I was a kid, I made a little R2 model out of a coffee can. I still have it. Aw! If anything, the droids are more human than people because droids don't care about outward image. Exactly. The ego is removed. They are who they are, and that's very human. Yep. Even C-3PO. I mean, he was annoying, but he was programmed to be very, very hesitant to offend. You know, he was a protocol droid. He had to be able to talk to all these different people and keep it even keel all the time, not offend, not go against traditions. You figure if you have to, it's like a huge, like a peace ambassador who has to talk to every country in the world and never offend any of them. He was very uptight, but he was very, British butler. Like he was very Victorian age. Like that's the mindset that he had. Like he wasn't like, oh, I'm better than you. He was just, oh, no, like that's not proper. Like he had very strict rules for himself, and he followed them. He was very by the book. But yet when it came to it, he was like, oh shit, they're going to take our people. All right, come with me. Like he could be sneaky, but he didn't always. Like he preferred to just leave that to R2. He should never tell me the odds. Yeah, I love that. Never tell me the odds. It's like, that's one thing. Like see, that was something that my mother used to go, because that's very much me. If you tell me that I can't do something, like I'm incapable of doing something, not that I'm not allowed, but that I'm incapable of ever achieving that skill, that'll piss me off. That's like, really? Okay, let's go. And I'll work myself into the ground, but I will get there. Or I'll get to the place where I have to admit it, but I will have exhausted every single avenue to that spot. I will have tried everything. So then I don't feel like I failed because I'm like, I tried everything. Yeah, you're right. That's an impossible scenario for me. I can't do it because I'm not capable. It's not something I can learn. If you're telling me something that I can't learn to do something, no, I would never want to be president of the United States, first of all. No, my skin ain't that thick. Sorry. I would be that one that gets up there and be like, yeah, here's a titty picture, and here's this, and here's that. I don't give a fuck. Like, they'd be like, oh, did you say? Yep, sure did. It's very hard to hold things against me when I go, yeah, I did it. And what? Did you die? Then what the fuck is the problem? Oh, I offended you? Boo-hoo, move on. Like, I don't care. Damn, my plot failed. Yeah, I don't like to dance to other people's tunes. I really don't. I really, really don't. People are like, oh, she's so easy to manipulate. Only if I let you. Only if I let you. Or if I'm in some way incapacitated. Like if I'm suddenly not on my game, if I'm not 100%, then I might not see the manipulation. But most of the time when people manipulate me, I see them doing it. It's just, which is the greater need? Does it serve me better to just let you think you're manipulating me and do the thing? Or does it serve me better to fight back and let you know that I know you're trying to manipulate me? Because one might be more work or more trouble than the other. I'm going to go for the one that's not going to give me the bigger headache. The only thing I know about Star Wars is James Earl Jones got paid $7,500 to be Vader's voice. I know he must feel gypped. Lord. I think that's why I like Trump. He doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, that's what I liked about him. That's what I really liked that about him. I said, wow, he's just like, he never deviated from who I knew him to be. Because I'm from Hoboken. I've been, I've had Donald Trump in my face for 30 years. We've always run into him, or like, we've seen things like locally that he's done, or been privy to like, conversations or whatever. We had a lot more exposure to him here. And he's never been different. He was never. He was rich, but he wasn't. He wasn't pompous about it. He wasn't. He wasn't selfish about it. I want to say, like. I mean, I knew people that knew others that went to him for help and got it. I mean, we knew that he always said hi to everybody. He was never like, oh, I can't, address the public. I can't say hello to the plebes, He never held himself separate. He knew he had more money than us. He knew that he had more opportunities and whatever, but he wasn't power hungry about it. He didn't hold it all for himself. He went out and said, yeah, no, go ahead. You can do this. You can do that. You need help. I'll help you. And he was for other people succeeding. It didn't make him feel like he was less by other people succeeding. He never struck me as the type to have to push people down to raise himself up. And that's the mindset lately that you see in all these politicians. They have to put other people down and step on them and keep them there to raise themselves up. He was never like that. He was always very relatable, very real, very balls out. Like he, again, another one who would rock out with his cock out. He didn't give a fuck. He said what he wanted to say. He went where he wanted to go. He was friends with who he wanted to be friends with. And if you didn't like it, that's too fucking bad for you. He was unapologetically himself. And I've never seen him deviate from that. That is what I dig about him. He's not going to spontaneously become this other person out of nowhere. Like Biden went and played like, oh, I'm a grandpa and I'm this and I'm wonderful and I'm just old Joe. And then he's like a hair sniffer and he's got, he's covering up for his son. And he's doing this and whatever. And it's just so much debauchery and like just lies and just hidden agendas and hidden personalities and hidden idiosyncrasies. He became a whole different person. The person you see is not the person you get. With Trump, at least the person you see, that's what you get. If you're voting for what you see, you're going to be happy with what you get. If you vote for somebody like Biden or somebody like Kamala Harris or even like that Nikki Taylor, they're fake. They put up a front and you can see it, because if you're voting for what you see, once they get voted in, you're getting something else. He's consistently the same. That's what I respect about him. And that's what I depend on for him. Mimsy, right, Shelley? We were always privy to the Donald. Yep, been following him for a long time. He was just always popular here. That's why when everybody was like, oh my God, Donald Trump, we're like, yeah, we've known about him forever. Like we didn't think he'd throw his hat in the ring. I mean, we're not opposed to it, but we didn't think he'd actually do it. But y'all pushed him to it. So, okay. He just got to that point where he was like, that's it, I got to take over. Yeah, and he ran it like he ran everything else, He took risks. He went in and said, yeah, what you're doing, this is bullshit. Stop it. If you don't stop, guess what? I'm going to hurt you financially. Oh, yeah. And it's not a threat, it's a promise. And he made good on his word because that's what he did in business. Did it always serve him in business? No, he lost a lot of money, but he took chances. And in the time that he took those chances, he employed a lot of fucking people who otherwise would not have had jobs. He wouldn't have had any incomes. So yeah, maybe some of his ventures failed, but while they were going, he helped areas that weren't getting help from anywhere else. And most of the time, I hate to say it, he prolonged a lot of bad ventures because he didn't want to take the employment away from those people. Because he knew people depended on him. So he took the hit financially so they would have a little more time to get on their feet, to get something else. He'd say, this is coming. Heads up. This is not looking good. And so they knew that they had to find employment somewhere else or do something else for an income. But he gave them a little bit more time, even if it meant taking a little bit of a hit. A lot of people don't realize that. We knew how shitty the casino industry was for him and some of the hotels and some of whatever. We knew they were money suckers for him. But he kept them going for as long as he could because a lot of people fucking depended on him. Oh my God, are y'all still talking about Star Wars? Right now I'm talking about Trump. Back in the day, he also admitted to his failures, but he took risks. And yes, he employed a lot of people. He did. He revitalized a lot of areas around here, especially in New York, and in South Jersey and Central Jersey, where people, they didn't have a way of getting local work. They would have to commute 2-3 hours a day each way just to have a job. So he made them more locally viable. He made more local jobs so people didn't have to spend as much on commuting. They had more time with their families. Nobody sees that. Nobody talks about that. They just want to talk about, he was friends with this friend. Who cares? He was a businessman. When you're a businessman, you don't get to have feelings. You don't get to have a preference. If you got to do a deal, you got to do a deal. And he knew that. You think there weren't customers that came to the gas station that I didn't despise? Oh, there were. But that's the business. People depend on that income from that business. So I had to suck it up and be cordial and be civil. And you could take a look at me talking to that person that I can't stand, and you would never know I can't stand them. You would never know that I go the absolute opposite way. Hell, there were some that I was really friendly with outwardly, face to face, and I didn't know shit about them. I didn't know anything they did behind closed doors, even though I spent time with them, because I didn't want to. I had to interact with them for the business. Star Wars was also the name of a Cold War project. I know. Darth Hideous, I think Vivek would own Trump on all things constitutional. Well, yeah, because that's his area. Trump was never, he didn't set out to be political. He didn't set out to be governmental. He's a businessman. It just happens to be that he was the right person for the job. I didn't like Vivek at first. I did. Not a couple years ago when he was talking a whole bunch of bullshit, but now that he's more he knows how to direct the attack and call out the bullshit. Now I really I like him. I just don't think he's ready. He said, but his message is chef's kiss. I agree. I want to believe Vivek, but something about him doesn't sit right with me. The fact that he tried to hide his Soros WEF connections. He's still very young. He's got a lot that he's going to have to, I think he's going to have to go through it and be more discernible with his connections. And a lot of people get involved with things that they don't realize in the moment what exactly it entails. or how it's going to reflect on them. It's like a whole bunch of people, they used to be part of the Communist Party because they wanted like France or Spain to be free or whatever. Like they didn't want to be communist. They didn't want to be fascist. So it was like, okay, to them, there was a difference. They didn't want to be socialist. They didn't want to be this. They didn't want to be that. Okay, so they aligned with communism for like a year and then said, oh, wait, no, that's not what I thought it was. But now that stain is on them because they were affiliated. So we've all done it. You've all been friends with those people that you're like, I really shouldn't have been friends with them. I didn't know it at the time. And that's something that unfortunately will follow you. That's a stain on your record that is never going to go away. Does it mean that's who you are? No. Are you ashamed of what you did? Yeah, probably. Probably. He really didn't, though. You should watch his first appearance on Patrick Bet-David podcast. He talks candidly about what that was really about. Awesome. Right? He was a businessman. He knew lots of people. Some you don't like too. Yeah. Right into the ground, just like he runs everything else. He literally never made good on any of his words, and he gave us Operation Jibbity Jabby. Not that I condone fascism or any other ism for that matter. Isms, in my opinion, are not good. A person should not believe in an ism. He should believe in himself. Ferris Bueller. Yeah, all the isms are crap. I got into that last night when we were watching Century of Self. And they were talking about like letting all your emotions out and being in your feelings and don't repress. And they had people like going at one another, like getting everything out, no holds barred. And they had like, everybody seemed to like benefit until they got to the racism. And they had like black against white going at each other. And it just didn't work out. Like there was way too many feelings, way too many like nonsensical shit. And I said, I have a problem with the way racism is one-sided. And it's only allowed to be one-sided when it's not. There's so much racism in all different directions. But unless you're a certain group, you're not allowed to say racism. Like, it's okay to bash white people, but it's not okay to bash black people. It's okay to bash, like Palestinians, but it's not okay to bash Jews. It's okay to bash Jews, but it's not okay to bash Palestinians. It's okay to bash, blacks, but not okay to bash whites. Like, it's the same way back and forth. But racism is the only place where none of us have really moved forward or improved in over 50 years. In my view, it's gotten worse. We're more divided because now they use it as a weapon. It's a tool. They don't want to fix it because if you fix it, you can't wield it. You don't soften it when you're trying to use it to stab everybody and cut everybody with it. So, yeah, I have a problem with the isms. I do. Same thing with freaking, like, sexism. All these women out there, men, really? Because the only mouths I fucking hear are the big-mouthed women who just want to bash every man in the world. That's what I hear. And it's aggravating. Because if you stand up as a woman and say, you know what? Yes, I am a strong woman. I am going to be a strong wife and mother. They look at you like, ew. Like, what do you mean you're going to be a wife and mother? You're so much more than that. Bitch, do you know how hard it is to raise humans? It's not like I'm going out there and balancing a spreadsheet and, ooh, I saved the world. No, I'm going to create a human being in my body, raise it, and hopefully create this life around it where it grows into a decent human being with morals and values who can be, something good for the world. That's not easy to do. You can't just go in there, push a couple keys, and make it do what you want to. It's hard raising humans because you never know how they're going to turn out. You could do everything right, and it'll all fuck up in the end if that's the way it's meant to be. But it's not like you're not. I've never been able to just punch a clock and then at the end, well, at 5 o'clock when I punch out, my day is done. Let me go home, sit home, put up my feet and veg out for like 8 hours. No, it was okay. I still have all the little humans to deal with. I have to provide food. I have to provide clothing. I have to clean because they ain't going to do it, and I have to think about their future and I have to think about the homework and I have to make sure they did this and I have to make sure that they're doing okay here. And it was always, even in your sleep, you're dreaming about these little beings because that's your life. Elephant, raising humans isn't like babysitting. Exactly. You don't get to check out. It's never done. Somebody said like when they're 18 to put their stuff out and throw them out. Yeah, no, the people that I know that say things like that are people who don't have children. I hate when people who don't have children lecture me on how to raise mine. First of all, I kept, you're having a hard time keeping you alive day to day. I not only kept myself alive, but I kept them alive every day. And believe me, some days it's a fucking chore. It is a chore because nobody can endanger themselves like children. They literally know nothing about danger. You have to teach them from the ground up. You have to teach them everything. And then you have to deal with it if you teach them the wrong things or you don't teach them the right things or correctly. Because once that path is set, good luck. Good luck. There is no, I'm going to change my tactics now. No, bitch. No, you're not. It don't work like that. Like, you got to do it from the gate. You got to be on point all the time. And it's a lot. It will break your heart. Nobody can hurt me like my kids. Nobody in the world. Not my father, not my mother, not my uncle, not Winning, not any of you. Nobody. My son can destroy me. Just a couple words. A look. Because I just, that's everything. That is everything. I have put my blood, sweat, and tears into these kids. And yet people outside my family, strangers, feel like they have the wherewithal to judge me and make comments on how I did it. Fuck you. You didn't do it. You didn't deal with what I had to deal with. You didn't know the day-to-day. Oh, well, you made this. No, fuck you and fuck the whole decision shit. Yes, I made those decisions and I was accountable. I dealt with that. I held up my end of the bargain. I met every single responsibility. Did I do them well? No. Did I do them to the best of my ability? Yes. You don't get to judge my parenting. The only person that matters to me that judges my parenting are my kids. I don't ask other people, you think I'm a good mom? Do you think I'm doing all right? Because they don't matter. My kids, when my kids say you're a great mom, boy, I can move mountains. Like, that's what means it to me. Knowing that they think, yeah, you weren't perfect, but you did a really good job, Mom. Like, you loved us. You tried to do everything right. They don't think that I slacked off on them. I didn't neglect them. I didn't abandon them. I didn't berate them or belittle them. I tried my best. They know that. They've told me that, and nobody can take that from me. So when people that don't have kids are like, you should, I want to tell them, shut the fuck up. You didn't put yourself out there. You didn't raise any humans. Did you grow a human inside you? Are you that connected to anybody on the planet? Because until you do that, you have no idea what that feels like. Some people are not meant to be parents. And I'm glad when they say, I am not meant to be a parent. Good. I'm glad that you think that. I'm glad you recognize that, because you're going to save yourself and other people a shitload of misery. I was meant to be a mom. I was born to be a mom. That's why I'm the mouthy mama. Like, that's who I am. I motherfucking everybody. Jesus. Sometimes T-Rex is like, you know, you're not my mom, right? I'm like, you shut up. Like, I'll be your mom if I want to be your mom. Like, that's how I am. Kudos to all the hardworking, loving moms, Shelly, Ellie, Lady, my beloved mom. It never ends, the love and care. No, it never does. That's why when you hit 18, you don't stop being our kids. You're just our kids, but bigger. Yeah. And we know we got to pull back a little bit, but that's not going to happen. T-Rex, I don't have kids, but I love opinions on how I want to raise mine, but don't tell other people how to raise theirs. I have opinions on how I want to raise mine. Yeah. And believe me, the way you want to raise your kids, that's going to change and morph over time, because it has to adapt to the child. Kids have their own personalities. You can't generalize the way you raise your kids. You can have certain things are standard, yes, but you're going to adapt for others. Like Katie, logic doesn't work talking to Katie. She don't understand logic. Yelling works on Katie because she needs that boom, like in your face kind of thing. Otherwise it doesn't get in there. Like it doesn't register at all. Connor, if I yell at Connor, all he's going to do is yell back. So I have to come at him logically. I have to come at him calmly with facts and reasons. Katie, I could just say, because I said so. Once she sees the lips disappear, she scuttles away and does whatever I tell her to do. But Connor, he looks at me and goes, what's wrong with your face? Because now I'm not going to do it at all. Like, because he's me. Like, he does not like being pushed. He doesn't like being told what to do. He doesn't like being yelled at. If you want him to do something, just have a reason for it or have a need. He loves to help, but he doesn't like being made to do something. He doesn't like when you assume he's going to do it. He would like to be asked, and he would like it to be a little appreciated. You don't have to throw yourself on the floor, but at least say thank you. You know, this is a kid who you would think like, they're like, I know that they say he has Asperger's or whatever. And they're like, oh, you know, kids with Asperger's, they don't have any like emotional whatever. Bullshit. My son doesn't leave a room without throwing me a kiss and telling me he loves me. Ever. He tells me he loves me a dozen times a day. Even when he's not feeling it. He'd be like, you really irritate. Like, I'm so mad at you right now. I love you. Still irritated. And it's just like, all right. You know, I accept that. You pissed me off, Ma. Okay. All right. You want to talk about it? Not right now. I'm too angry. Can we talk about it later? I'll let you know when I'm ready to talk about it. Okay. He's like me. He needs a little bit of a cool down period. And then it's like it never happened. People don't get that about me. They think I get angry and I stay there. I don't. I'm over shit so quick. Once it's out and I've gotten my say in, I'm fine. I'll never grow a baby inside me, but I will love kids as much as their mother. Yes, because you'll see yourself in them. mothers are different though. That's why mothers, like, I think mothers tend to be the softer side. Fathers have to be like more the put my foot down. But if you have like a mother who's always putting her foot down, you can't have a father who's going to do the same, because then that kid is missing out on stuff. So he's going to have to be more of like the pal, and that's usually the way it works out. But what you need to do is always be on the same page. Like, if my ideal thing is like, if my kids had their father here or whatever, their father's here, I would have loved to have been in a place where the father and I agreed on how to raise them and whatever. And then they have one role, I have another, but they're complementary. Again, we're not working at counter purposes or cross purposes. Unfortunately, with their fathers, we were always working at cross purposes because their fathers worried about them and I was worried about the kids. So they were more like, well, I want it this way. That's not how this is working. This is not about you. And they didn't know how to be selfless with the kids. They didn't know how to think, okay, this is what I believe in. I'm going to lay this out for these kids and they're going to follow this and we're going to work together on this. Okay, that's what you believe, but that's not what I believe. So I'm not going to help you in that. Like I have one that, Eddie turned around and said that Connor doesn't have autism. That's my excuse for bad parenting. I need to pay attention to him more. I lost my mind the day he told me you need to pay more attention to him. Bitch, really? Like, you spent less than a day with all the time you've spent with him combined. Put it less than a day with this child. I have spent every fucking moment to the point where I worked in the buildings he went to school just to be there for him. I sold everything I owned so that I could stay home and raise him for the first 3 years of his life. Because I didn't get to do that with Katie. I know about sacrifice, and I will sacrifice again and again and again for my kids. He was never willing to do that. So we're already working at cross purposes. So it was never going to work with him. Same thing with Miguel. Miguel was not focused on his daughter. Miguel was focused on me. I didn't want that attention because I didn't have that kind of connection with him. It was like, yeah, I know we made a kid, but go fuck off. Like, unless you're going to help out, just bye. Like, now you're a drain. You're a resource. You're draining my resources and you're not giving me resources as you should be. So he had to go. But he went on his own. He didn't want to be involved with his kid. Eddie didn't want to be involved with his kid. They love to say, oh, I really wanted to be there when they were little. Really, what kept you? And if you say me, I'm going to stab you in the throat, because I never kept any of them away from their kids. I was nice to them so that they would come see their kids. I didn't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Like, whatever relationship they have with their kids now, that's their doing. I never badmouthed them. Anytime the kids were like, where's my dad? He's working. They thought their fathers were the hardest working motherfuckers out there. But yeah, I'm a little like, because they didn't have that attachment to them that I did. And I don't know, it's because they're just assholes, which could be it, or the fact that, yeah, I grew the humans inside me. They were always with me. You would think Miguel would be more interested in Katie. She is his spitting fucking image. Nope. Nope. T-Rex will be a great dad. He will. He's got a lot of heart. And I think that he enjoys the antics, so I don't think it would be super stressful for him. He'd be a great dad. I mean, look at winning. People talk about winning like all different ways. He's an amazing father. You know, that's his pride in life. I think that turned him into a wonderful human being. I do. Having that responsibility, having that connection to that little person. He adores his son in a way he will never adore another human being. You know, it means something to him. It's a point of pride for him. You know, he's proud of everything his son does, good or bad. He rolls with the punches, but he loves his son. That's more awesome to me than anything I've ever seen, because I don't have a lot of experience with that. He talks about his son the way my daddy used to talk about me. I hear it, you know, and it's the whole, yeah, that's my boy. Yeah, that's my baby. That's my kid. My kid. That's my kid. You know, possessive, like, yes, and you're not going to take that from me. That's my everything right there. That tells me more about him than anything else he can ever say. I once told him he won me over the way he talks about his son and about father, you know, being a father and parenthood at all. And I happened to hear him talk to this little rabbit once that was in, like, outside his house, that he wanted to make sure it was safe because there were predators around. And he was like, the way he talked to it, I was like, oh, like, I completely melted. I was like, all right, that's the team I want to be on. And I jumped in both feet and I never looked back. And I'm very glad I didn't, because he's amazing to me. I don't give a fuck what anybody says about him. I'll fight you every time. When somebody says shit about winning, yep, no, I will fight you. He's my person. I hope there's somebody out there that thinks that way about me, who thinks that highly of me. But yeah, it was the way he talked about his son, the way I heard him interact with his son, the things he would say, the temperament, the effort that he put in, the constant, you know, like, the kid was always part of his daily life. He didn't make decisions without thinking how it would affect him. You know, that told me everything I needed to know. AO said, well, I had the same dynamic with my mom. Yep. Both parents are needed. I thought that was standard, but as I grew, almost all my friends had divorced parents. It was an eye-opener. Yep. You don't always get the benefit of both. Would I have liked my kids to have two parents? Yeah. Miguel used to turn around. He actually told me to my face, I don't have to be around for Katie because you can do everything. Okay. Yeah, you think I can do everything. One, that's not true. And two, why do I alone have to do everything? Just because you can do something doesn't mean that's the way it should be. Again, necessity is the mother of invention. I had to learn how to do things that are against my nature, that were not things that I was set up to naturally do. They didn't come like easily to me. I had to work at them. That was really stressful. And I fucked it up a lot. But I did my best. I couldn't make them come around. And honestly, the way they wound up, the two fathers, I think it was better that they weren't around, because they would have been bad influences on my children. Maybe not Miguel so much, except that he would have taught Katie to be like less responsible. But Eddie definitely, with his narrow-mindedness and his like sheep mentality, like, no, my son isn't like that. My son he thinks for himself. You know, and I like to think that I fostered that in him, that was something that I promoted in his life. Mimsy, yep, Winning speaks with love and pride about his child. Picked up on that right away. Oh yeah, he'll go hard against you if you ever like have anything to say about fatherhood. Like that's his thing. It's what drives him for everything that he does. He's not out there trying to teach us to look behind the veils and everything else because, oh, look at me, I'm smarter than everybody else. No, he wants the world to be different because he wants his son to have a better world. That's why he does it. That's why it drives him so hard. And that's why he takes the hits so deeply, because he doesn't want to fail his kid. He's not on YouTube to be a successful YouTuber. He's on YouTube to be a successful father and help his kid have a better future. You know, to keep him safe, to put him in a world where, you know, you're not being lied to every second. Where they're not trying to pump you full of toxins all the fucking time. Like, he's trying to save that kid. You know, that's what he's doing. That's his whole reason for everything he does. You know, I'm not here trying to improve myself because I need to be improved. I don't give. When I'm in a mood, everybody else pays the price, not me. So it's not for me, but I don't want my kids to see that. I don't want them to think, oh my God, I have trauma. I'm just going to languish here in it. No, I want them to learn resilience. I want them to look at their circumstances and go, you know what? Yeah, I have all this working against me. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to win anyway. I'm going to do the best I can, and that nobody can ask me for more. That's what I do it for. They're proud of what I do. You know, and it makes them more comfortable talking about their own issues, the things that I was afraid to go to my parents with. You know, they're never afraid to say something to me. They might be afraid to say, like, I broke something or whatever, because, you know, but when it comes to like the emotional stuff or like thoughts that they have, they're very open about everything. You know, my son says shit and I look at him and I'm like, really? And he's like, what? I'm just being honest. I'm like, yeah, man. Well, am I wrong? Maybe. I just think that you're going to change over time. So don't get stuck in that place. Okay. Like, you can think that for now, but don't hold on to it with everything you have. You know, because you're changing, you're learning, your brain is still developing. Like, give yourself time. Don't label anything now. Just roll with life and try to get involved. Try to find what you're good at. Find what you enjoy and go with that. That's what I encourage. I never say, oh, you shouldn't think that. I'm like, why do you think that? You know, I want them to think deeper. Oh, okay, prove it to me. I need facts. Let's go. You know, go look into it. Don't just blindly accept things. And I think that's where they're at. You know, we don't agree on everything. But a lot of that is age too. Like, they don't have the life experience that I have. And sometimes they don't want to hear about it. And that's fine. But all right, so I've talked for 5.5 hours when I said I wasn't going to hardly talk at all. I think we're good here. I think we've come to a natural stopping point. It's 1:30 in the freaking afternoon, and I've been talking all goddamn morning. So we're good. Thank you, everybody, for showing up and for contributing. I love when we have these conversations. I think we talked about so much more than just the blues. But this all came from places of improvement. And I had fun today. It was good. I needed this. I really did. I needed you guys. And I thank you for being here. This is me, T3. I will see you in the funny papers. Bye. Oh, don't forget, tonight, 7:00, Winning. He is starting the new show. Unrigged the Game about control oligarchs, chapters 1 and 2. We'll be going over that. The audiobook. I believe it's an audiobook. And we'll be talking about that. I will be in chat. I will see you there, 7 o'clock tonight Eastern. Be there or be square. Love y'all. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down to Seaside Heights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.